Ce supărare. Ai, 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 ai. Ai, 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 ai. Ce supărare. A murit camera. Ați. Bună seara, dragilor! Și bine v-am regăsit, dragilor. Trebuie să fii bătrân, mâncava-și gura voastră. Ce faceți? Astă seară, după o pauză în care, vă simt sincer, n-am făcut nimic efectiv, am luat o pauză, nu am făcut, nimic, dar nimic, nu... Cred că dacă m-ați văzut, mamă, stai că iarăși a luat o razna de scrierea. Trebuie să scap. Acum a început să facă fețe Streamlabs-ul. Înainte făcea ăla-altul, acum facem Streamlabs-ul. Nu avem... în seara asta nu avem leveling. Farm și... prezentare 0.5.5. Da? E, cred că a treia oară când încep să modific asta. Vrei să vă mint? Treia oară. Bun. Desit? Bună seara, domnule Andy! Bă, de când am și întinerit de când nu m-ați văzut. Am luat și eu o zi pauză și gata, s-a făcut schimbare la față. Vrei să te mint? Așa de august, știi? Schimbarea la față, bam, bam, bam. Te pup, viață. Ce faci? Cum ești? Pregătit de prezentarea de astăzi? Bombă, planul, abia aștept să văd ce bagă ăștia de la GGG. Cu ce ne încântă cu 055. August schimbările. He, he. August bun schimbările, dacă mă întreb pe mine. Doamne, dă minte că prostie am destulă. Bun. Astăzi, sincer, n-avem. Chiar aveam chef să... Ai avut o zi super aglomerată? Mă, de joi așa, să înțeleg. Da, sper măcar că gen ai avut acum aglomerat ca să ai liber în weekend. Știi? Adică să fie un schimb pe schimb. Ce bun e asta. Să bani eu niște... Hai să bani niște delirium. Abia testez și inelul de l-am luat. Și de ce e ce mai aglomerat? Pentru că se termină concediile. Bă, true. Cred că într-o majoritatea septembrie o să fie începutul haosului, să zic, pentru că, na, încep școlile, se intră deja în programul normal. Mai sunt cei care își iau concediile în septembrie, că na. În cazul în care sunteți pe live și v-ați păstrat, mulțumesc de like, în cazul în care v-ați păstrat concediile pentru septembrie, smart economic guys. Bravo. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Încep să cadă prețurile în septembrie, începe și se și duce oarecum din cu revelații din concediu. O vin cu aia cu nu știu cum să zic, dar eu în acest concediu m-am descoperit pe mine. Am ajuns la concluzia că vreau mai mult de la viață. Vreau să fiu altcineva. Eu nu mă mai regăsesc în munca asta. Eu după acest concediu mă gândesc să-mi dau demisia și să devin antreprenor. Vreau să muncesc pentru mine și pentru idealurile mele. Și Și peste 5 minute înapoi la birou îi vezi cu și mai mare sete de muncă și cu mai mulți dragi ca de obicei, că așa se întâmplă. Au descoperit mai multe cloud. Mai mult cloud decât ChatGPT. Oh. Bă, sincer, cloud-ul mi se pare că devine the smart guy choose and ChatGPT-ul e pentru toată lumea, știi? E pentru... ChatGPT e normalitatea, cloud-ul e așa... Cât ești în afara alegerilor sociale, vezi, Doamne. Kind of. Bun. În domeniul meu am început să iau razna, dacă mai aud, de Claude sau de ChatGPT. Au. Da, mă, da, ăsta e viitorul, mă, Andy, mă. Ăsta e viitorul. Ce ne facem noi de aici încolo dacă n-avem ChatGPT și Claude? Vai, Doamne! Aoleu, Doamne, abia aștept să scap de ele. Nu, aici, într-o oarecare măsură, sunt de acord cu tine, pentru că deja, pentru mulți, ChatGPT-ul reflectă adevărul incomensurabil, când știm foarte bine că nu este. Dar hai să fă niște de ăștia. Corect. Sincer să zic, ca să ți se dea un... și presupun că majoritatea știți, în cazul în care nu știți, orice sisteme ai, dacă tu nu știi ce parametri să-i ceri, el o să-ți dea să-ți dea chestii generale, care nu întâlnește nevoia sau așteptările tale în momentul respectiv. Da? Adică dacă eu cer o poză cu un câine, el o să-mi genereze o poză random cu un câine. Asta e strict așa. Dacă o să zic că vreau o poză, îi specific contextul, îi specific anumite condiții de generare. Adică, oarecum, dacă aveți o bază dacă ați învățat în liceu sau ați auzit de principiul algoritmului de la programare, e foarte asemănător cu modul de a folosi ChatGPT-ul. Trebuie oarecum să-ți structurezi ceea ce ai nevoie, să știi ce ai nevoie, ca să poți să-i ceri. Nu poți să-i ceri ceva ce oarecum... Ok, poți să ceri chestii simple. Gen... Căcat, dăm istoria... Habar n-am. Chestii simple. You know what I mean. Dă-mi o poză cu o pisică, dă-mi o poză cu un câine, dă-mi chestii din astea. Dacă încerc chestii complicate ca și niște informații, trebuie să fii foarte exact. Și de înțeles oamenilor obișnuiți, nu asistent personal. Înseamnă că tu personal trebuie să-l înveți să facă ceea ce vrei tu. Corect? Cu cât folosești mai mult, cu atât el o să învețe de la tine și o să se personalizeze conform nevoilor tale. True. Al meu deja s-a învățat că fac live-uri. Când mai... Eu nu mă oferesc thumbnail-urile în general, o parte, de fapt, toate thumbnail-urile le fac cu ChatGPT-ul, doar că încep să le structurez, să le editez cu el, ca să nu mai fac eu munca de editaj în spate. Adică îi cer să vreau ca poza de fundal, să aibă un contrast de cu parametrii N, iOS nu știu de care și tot așa. De ce o să așa rele? Sau nu mai vrei tu să folosiți AI-ul? Sunt foarte populare. Da, da. Oricum se observă. Se vede una dintr-o mie. Îți dai seama de caturi, efectiv. Când vezi catul, instant realizezi că e făcut. Gen, la mine acum... S-a blocat camera? Nu. La mine acum, pe ăsta care e făcut, nici caturile. Adică se observă din clar că e... Da, au saturație puțină și au contrastul dat foarte vibrant, să zic. Și nu este... să zic... calitatea lor, să zic. Numărul de pixeli, practic, e foarte mic. Sure. Da, da, da. Nu, teoretic... Acum eu nu vreau să mint. Știu să le fac și fără ChatGPT. Gen... Am thumbnail mai vechi făcute de mine fără ChatGPT. Dar... Da, îți dă un Full HD. Oricum nu poți să pui dimensiuni mari la thumbnail-uri. Gen... Că nu ți le... Oh, bună aia. Că nu ai dimensiune maxim. Nu mai știu cât era, 3 mega parcă sau ceva de genul. Mamă, 10 to 40 divine for ascendancy? Dude! Da, da. Vai, vai. Too much. Clar, clar. Facem weekendul ăsta, dacă nu sunt plecat, vorbim. Posibil să fi plecat ori cred că sâmbătă seara sau vineri seara. Nu e nimic stabilit, dar am așa. O simt așa prin aer, un iz. Mamă, 26, T1, T3, T3. Da, tati, să rămână mult. Bă, în seara asta nu prea. Am chef doar să farmez puțin. Aștept puțin preț. Vedem ce ne dă în 0.5.5 și când o să fie update-ul. Că din... Nu cred că au dat nimic pe forum, dacă nu mă înșel. Cred. Nu cred, de fapt. Pula. Da, și mori. Și nu mă mai enerva. Ta-na-na-na-na-na. Useless as shit, useless as shit. Evasion 451 slab. ...280, 3... 149 de X-uri. Eu sunt mai șmecher, mă duc și le pun la 140 și așa e piața să duce în timp. Deci la 10 jumate ar trebui să fie. GGG live on 27 August. O să fie pe canalul lor de Twitch la 7:30 PM UTC. Cred că într-o oră jumate. Bam, bam, bam. România 10:30. Da. Am căutat pe net de am înnebunit un build Stormlands de dai. Bă, nu știu dacă Stormlands de dai, dar de ce de dai? Pe Stormlands pentru ce? Te ajută vreun ascendancy ceva anume? Stormlands. Este. Dar nu văd rezultate chiar așa bune pe Path of pe Poe Ninja. Să știi. Gen Runosavdur. Stormlands, mamă, 0,5 de dai. ...227 ca damage pe Stormlands. Dar nu Stormlands. A Lightning Spear. Cred că vrei tu. Path of the Builder. Păi ai odată an additional projectile here. Mirici. Ah, da, da. Dai odată cu Mirigiu. Îl pui pe Mirici. Îl pui... ai din Endless Munition. Că mai dai încă un projectile. Mai dai de 3 additional încă one. Și cam alea sunt. Și cred că ai și de quality sau ceva. A, și dacă dai și cu... Și dacă dai și cu ăsta la altul... Cred că ăla e. Aș mai face și eu niște leveling-uri. Just Stormlands. Opa. Tai că a sărit... Nu, fără horror, sorry. This one? Mamă, dar ce cu calitatea asta? Îți bagi cioca de mine? Voi avea eu netul praf, dar totuși. Ia. Call shooter. Ah, time saver. Da, sunt ăia de gen... Pun build-uri cu bani. Da, nu, e pe... Single throw. Ta-na-na-na-na-na-na. Ia să vedem ce găsim. Stai o leacă că nu-i problemă. Dar eu ăsta, să știi că e un build adus înapoi la viață din poi 1. Da, e din poi 1. Nu, asta nu e chiar așa OP. E unul asemănător, uite aici. Uite așa. În 5 ani când mi se încarcă mie. Și e fără ațirii Communion. Și văd că face 200 deliriu. Stai că îți trimit link-ul pe Discord, da. Sure. Ia. Aici. Hați. Cu drag. Ăla la altul îl găsești, dar trebuie să... Bine, îl găsești, dar... îl găsești pe o platformă cu bani. Costă, dacă nu mă înșel. Time saver GG. Time saver. Ce cred că facem? Special. Something in this thing. Meh. Cred că o să avem niște serii de în da, gen monetizează build, creează build-uri și le monetizează. Ca gen cum sunt serialele cu AI. Dacă ați strândăvit pe TikTok în ultimul timp, e fix dat. Am zis că pun și ăsta aici. Bam. 140. Tu. Sărăcie. Sărăcie. Distrui. Asta să facem și noi? Mă, da. Mi se pare oarecum o leacă catchy, știi? Chestia asta cu să faci build-uri și să vinzi în spate. Pentru că, până la urmă, gen, nu știu, trebuie să ai o credibilitate în spate că build-ul ăla funcționează 100% ca tu să ca practic cineva să poată să-ți cumpere informația respectivă, știi? E ca și cum vinzi cursuri, știi? Ok, tu îmi vinzi un build. Eu ce siguranță am că build-ul pe care tu mi-l vinzi e 100% OP and that's it. Și de ce nu mi-aș bate eu capul să fac build-ul ăla odată ce ți-l văd pe video? Nu știu. Ți-am văzut ideea de spate care arunci cu 13 Stormlancer, da? De ce să nu vin eu cu planul de a recrea build-ul respectiv fără să dau bani pe el? Că îl vezi în ce... Da. Haideți să cumpărăm cursuri de făcut build-uri pe poie. What the fuck? Dude. Why? Why? Tell me why away. Bun. Cred că fac niște delirium. Aveam niște hărți aici cu delirium și corruption de făcut. Ia să vedem noi. Stash. Tablets. Delirium. Tell me why you we. I was trying to see. Și irradiated. Până mă gândesc eu la Waston. Anyway. Delirium și iradiat. Oh, bună ziua! Eu sunt soția lui... ai înțeles tu. Sunt fratele mai mare al lui Mișu. Dumneavoastră cine sunteți, domnule Frame? Ai avut emoții? Corect? N-a viața mea, că stau departe. Sunt sărat viața mea. Sunt jobless din ăla, n-am bani, n-am speranță. Încă neangajat, în păcate. Și din nefericire. Hello. Mi-a luat inel. Și tu la fel ce? Și tu la fel încă neangajat? Nu, tu nu ești neangajat. Lasă. Noi să fim sănătoși. Avem glume, avem haz. Ne place să glumim. Da, asta nu merge, mă, țara, mă, de asta. Da, nu ți-l dau, că chiar mi-am luat ring. Că nu știu... Nu știu pe standard cât de mult o să conteze curent 2000 de divine, dacă o să fie chiar atât de valoroase. Termin harta asta și vin și dau inelul. Dacă ești on. Ești on? Ești. Termin imediat asta. Bam, bam, bam. Hello, the Monkey King. Prefixuri bune, mă rog. No. E aici. Next. Mă gândesc. O să fac un... trebuie să fac într-o zi, nu cred că mâine, cred că vineri, dacă nu plec nicăieri. Vineri cred că fac un level 1 de 15 cu monk, no weapon, efectiv no weapon at all. From level 1 to cât e și o să fiu singură. A murit camera, să rămână. O să vă las câteva minute fără cameră până să încarcă. Durează câteva minute până încarcă. Până atunci să dezactivez eu ca să nu... Hați. Așa. Bun. Vineri, dacă nu plec nicăieri, o să... Păcat de băiatul la nou, de Face Life. Take me easy, că mă roșesc acum. Bun. Inelul lui Frame. Bam. Îi dau inelul înapoi lui Frame. Nu mai sunt legat. Tu ești, da? Viața mea să rămână. Să-l săpunesc sănătos. Îi fac dezordine, ăla că în bază aici, ai de râm tot. vreo 4000 de divine. E nevoie. Păi da, dar cred că divinele pe liga standard nu mai valorează atât de mult divinele cum sunt into the liga, nu? Gen, de exemplu, ce faci aici cu 4000 de divine, acolo nu faci nici jumate, mă gândesc. Asta așa, asta așa. Dacă zici tu că faci, faci ce să faci acum. Trei pagini de divine. Ți-ai umplut currency. Păi da, adevărul e că la atâta currency... Păi schimbările în mirror. Sau... E mirror mai scump acolo. A. Uite, asta l-am cumpărat. Elemental resistance, cold, lightning, physical, leech, leech's mana și attack speed. M-am gândit că... Uite, de asta te întrebam, știi? Mă gândesc că gen itemele... Valoarea currency-ului e posibil să se mai schimbe, dar valoarea itemelor posibil să nu. Adică nu știu cum să o cântăresc mai mult, știi? Că dacă se face overflow de divine... Raritate 0... Da, nu are... Corect, corect, true. Mai asta nu știu, eu nu cred. Dar oricum vedem astăzi, hai să nu ne... Hai să vorbim doar doar ipotetic vorbind, da? Mă gândesc că counterul deja o ia rasna oricum. Și am anunțat nimic încă mai o oră. Douăzeci și șapte, 8, mai o oră până la prezentare. Amin. Măcar să zică când începe. Aia ar fi cel mai... Aia e, știi? Că teoretic, ce mai e? Septembrie, octombrie, noiembrie. Decembrie ar fi, pe 11 decembrie e lansarea. Nu prea rar avea timp de o ligă nouă. Sincer vorbind. Că mai sunt 2-3 luni. Adică... Aș începe un challenge acum, dar... Aș vrea să mai stau o oră. Mă aud foarte încet. Da, viața mea, că îi mai dau niște gain atunci. Am schimbat iarăși... Eu să mai dau niște gain. Ia viața mea, acum mă auzi, ar trebui să mă auzi mult mai bine. Filter, îți mai dau niște gain, îți dau un 12 pe gain. E... Acum sunt constant pe galbene, adică... Ai dat pe alt video? What means? What that means? Aș avea și niște bridgestone-uri de făcut. Sunt aproape de vreun bridgestone. Tu bridgestone do tier open the riff major. Pe YouTube și m-am speriat. Mă. Măi, gain-ul e dat în plană. Stai că zic imediat. Că dacă intru pe... Da. De ce n-apar la recomandate? De ce nu mă dă YouTube-ul la recomandate? That's the question. Okay, that's weird. Deci, să... Bine, ar trebui să dau și căștile jos ca să-mi dau seama dacă... Open the if major. Ai dat pe alt video? What means? What that means? Ce ai în viața mea? Că după telefon mă aud... Eu îl dau mai tare, dar deja sunt pe roșu cu el, adică... Și așa m-au auzit scârâi deja, adică cred că s-aude vocea mea destul de câr, miau, țâr. Hai să mai fac niște... Hai să termin bridge-urile. Cașcaval. Aș vrea să încep o de asta, mai fac niște leveling, un alt caracter, dar eu te-am dat în chat. Mă sabotează, frame. De la alt video pe YouTube. Nu știu, mă sabotează YouTube-ul. Mi-au făcut ăștia gând rău. De recomandat nu mai mă recomandă YouTube-ul. Dacă nu faci conținut de copii, nu te mai bagă în seamă. Bun. După cum ziceam, voiam să încep un... Ce mă, să se fi supărat pe mine doar că am făcut 1-2 live-uri cu... Că am făcut 2 live-uri cu Minecraft? Bă, mai dă-i dracu. Trebuie să fac canal separat doar pentru Minecraft? Ba, nu că știam și eu, dar nici chiar așa rău, adică... Nu vreau să zic că mă ai ce... Într-adevăr. Păi fac altfel atunci. Aia e, mai... E. Aia, mai o zi câr, mai o zi ceau. O să-mi fac canal separat, ce să fac, care mă joc altceva. Și îl las pe ăsta doar de poe. Wow! Gambling, gambling, gambling. Oho! And you don't need to draw. Oh. Cred că trebuie să curăț tot ce pe lângă. A, nu e gambling, mă, e un de la picat. Doamne, mie nu mai a picat un de la de mult. Hai să mi-a picat și mie un de la. O să încep o... Dar să văd când... Vreau să văd când dau drumul ăștia la nou update. În prima fază, că o să încep să fac și eu challenge-uri din alea. De te doare mintea. Bun. Așa. Easy. Perfect, jur, bună, da? Bun. Asta out. M-am distrat și cu un... cu un build zilele astea de... zic, no weapon. Way of the fist. Bine, care teoretic pot să fac mult mai OP, dar... M-am... căcat eu că... cu niște mănuși de care am o obsesie. Pe care mă gândesc că le schimbă și poate le dăm un upgrade sau ceva. La Thunder Fist Utility poate le dă și un upgrade sau ceva la ele. Bun. Ce mănânc cu ăsta? When you complete the event to have an early map accessibility. Anyway. Bun. 9:45. Mai dăm și noi un refresh la Twitch-ul după... Ok, au băgat Twitch-ul. Îmi vezi niște dropuri? ...43 de minute și 47. Hey Siri, set a timer for 40 minutes.
40 minutes, starting now.
Ca să fiu sigur că nu se întâmplă nimic. Dăm și niște lumină pe față. Bine, mi-a pornit și camera, Doamne ajută. Jap. Hați. Perfect. Deny. Bun. Avem și webcam. Este. Așa, mă. Bun. Altceva, nu? De ce dracu ține așa ceva? What the fuck? Ok. Bun. Hai să mai fac vreo 2-3 mape. O țin pe mape până la... Până când... Până la video. Până se lansează. Să mai avem o leacă de brainstorming. Și după... O să mai stau o leacă pe live să mă uit. Opa, să văd cu ce o să fac primul challenge. Chiar aveam chef să încep cu... No Weapon Monk. Da, agenda la 0. Cu mănuși, fără arme, cu totul. Hard as fuck. Și o să fie un live lung. În care... Gen o să... Îl iau de la actul 1 până în T15. Și... Pe urmă o să structurez eu live-ul pe mai multe părți. Bă, cine pleacă de aici? Uși. Așa. Că v-am suflat în toate urechile. Bun. A, și nu mai e coruptă... The corruption area has been cleansed, which it may add an additional modifier to area. Of power in area. Tauta rootless. Doamnește. Așa. Bă, ce-i drept, liciul ăsta Azmana mă ajută destul de mult. Adunăm și de-astea. A, dar eu am uitat să încarc... Cred că am uitat să încarc filtrul. Ei... Ba nu, e încărcat. Sky, Gin, Exalted, or... O grămadă currency din asta. Un currency adecvat pentru un început de ligă, aș putea să zic. Dar doar cam atât. Wow, utility wraps. Fix ce vorbeam de ele mai devreme. Dovadă că jocul te ascultă. Increase withers magnitude. Cast speed. Sure. Bam, 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 bam. Se curăță ușor. Bă, sincer, în late, hollow form-ul e destul de OP. Ținând cont că build-ul meu nu era focusat pe hollow form. And before... Ai văzut că... Gen, am văzut că... începe să se pună accent pe... build-ul cu... Eventize Petal-ul și... Shattering Palm. Gen, ce foloseam eu înainte. By the way. Bine, atâta doar că trebuie... Presupun că build-ul final... Deci am văzut build-urile finale, într-adevăr, sunt mult mai... sunt cu iteme mai scumpe, nu era pe sărăcie, cum era al meu. Gen cu Azeri Communion, cu... Desolate și Wasteland, sure. Mai am ceva al Abyss. Am un Rogue Exile, hai să-l găsim și pe ăla. Poate, poate. Hai viața mea încoa. Hai să arăt toiagul meu. Posedat, asta e că eu nu am damage, da. Mă rog, încă ar conta acum. Bine, adevărul e că dacă, cred că dacă aveam de 2 ori evasion pe utility belt, Nu că nu mă omora nimeni, eram... Cel puțin în hărți singur vorbesc. Nu pariez pe... Nu bag mâna în foc pentru... Mhm. Mhm. Deci 6 lightning. Uful. Awful. Diluted liquor. Liquid. Lichid diluat. Ai, 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 ai. Așa. Bun. Out. Ăsta așa. Tu ce zici? Crossbow, charm charge, Mars skill increase effect duration, melee damage, putere projectile skill, da, ok. Nu, e ok. This one. Păi mă interesează de cât. Deci are deja un socket. Al doilea nu mai mă lasă automat. Că, na, nu are. I-am dat quality. Îi pun un stone. Habar n-am. Orice. Așa. Vreau să-i dau... Bam. ...16 global, 11 chance for one slab, 44, 66 cold damage of un armed hit. 272 evasion și... Aia nu se compară cu asta, clar. Sper șmechere mănușile astea, nu știu, mai știu cine mi deduse, Gabi sau... Parcă Gabi mi le deduse. Prea șmechere. Tu. Quad. Bam, 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 bam. Mai dăm o hartă. 26 de minute, da? Bun. Da, simulacru mai am. Simulcalcum de la mai am eu. Nu mai am. Mai am Rebel Reflection 2. Dă-le nebii să le termin și pas. Știu că nu... A dat drumul la film. Toată lumea, sword, 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 sword. Da, nu, încă mai au 30 de minute. 29... Sunt curios dacă... Ia stați voi, bam. Da, cred că pun pe repeat ce a fost alalte la Gamescom. Exact ce ziceam. Nu e. Mai sunt. Netflix down Le Mans. Dude. Să-l va apăsa de 2 ori. Bam, bam, bam. Ca să termin și penele alea. Poi 2 mai mare decât GTA 6. Dude, ați văzut scandalul cu GTA 6? Are unul... Bine, mi se pare că la fiecare GTA e la fel. Se licuiește ceva. Mi se pare... Sincer, eu cred că tot e planificat și chestia asta. Pentru că le câștigă foarte multă reclamă. Și le dă, gen, creează oarecum suspansul la consumator, că nu va fi GTA-ul, că va fi, că nu va fi. Care... Extension Shield. Iocan Club. Life recover from instantly. Tor damage 30-39. Harbringer Madness. The latent fear of enemy you kill and the rare unique enemy you hit, turning them into unstoppable apparition which charge toward the enemy and then explode. Explosion radius 2 meter. Rise shield to block. Okay. Înțeles. Ok, și încă o dată. Bun. Am găsit o dată. Și o să mă uit o leacă. Intrăm la o... Facem o mică comparație. Pentru că o să vreau așa, vreau să pregătesc mai multe challenge-uri pe care să le fac. Și totodată să fac și clipuri din ele, gen o să fie live-uri tematice, din care în live o să fac eu video și chestii. Și o să vreau să fac o miniserie, să zic. Cred că unul pe săptămână, ceva de genul. Sau unul la 2 săptămâni. Nu, cred că unul pe săptămână. Vedem cum merge în general. Cu Gen actul 1, de la actul 1 până în T15, cu build-uri făcute de AI. Îmi pare rău, Adi. Bine, dacă las prea mult să-și facă de cap, cred că mă omoară dacă las prea mult să-și facă de cap, sincer să vă zic. Trickster Shard. Support spell trigger fragment self. When cast by fracture mimic. Wolf mental. Useless. Of course it's useless. Și tu, fragment self. Fracture mean duration in 5 seconds. Suspending time at the point of the casting trigger spell. If you reach the limit of fracture mimic, they will finish casting their spell and disappear. Nu cred, dar vedem. Can affect hex-proof enemy. Curse will inflict spread enemy within 3 meters of this enemy. Gain 1 Dark Whisper. Curse magnitude for each Dark Whisper you have. You can have maximum 10, adică 40% Curse magnitude. When Dark Whisper expires, you lose 3% of life, mana, and energy heal for each of them over 4 seconds. Mamă, să... Păi, mamă, pierd 120% life, mana, and energy shield? Dude, that's interesting debuff, I think. No. 36% increase damage with hits against enemy against targeted in your presence. Huh. 40% increase damage with hits. This one doesn't look that bad. Pentru, mă refer la ceva pentru start. Nu pentru juicy mapping sau chestii de genul. Douăzeci de minute. 20 de minute. Până atunci, domnul nostru, facem o comparație. I want to make a build planner. Planet planner for PoE 2. I don't know. With random but sustainable. Bine, n-am scris corect, dar mă rog. Skill and class from act 1 to tier 15 and key. Ia să vedem noi. Ce ne dă? Yes, it's going to be a really good point. Content, especially random build. Da, for example, among random selected and available ascendancy. Main skill, this were among falling thunder or warrior plus spark, witch plus stampede. The planner should carry whenever the combination is meta. Random secondary skill, main skill, falling thunder, secondary eye strike. Choose one. But the no should be, I don't know, somehow synchronize with other assets in this. Eye strike. Main skill, ascendancy skill each one. Make a plan for leveling and choose something freeze put shop, eye strike, falling thunder, weapon quarter staff, cold pull down, invasion plus energy shield, fast melee hit and run. Don't try to force the final build immediately, start with whatever gives you smoking skill. Eye strike, secondary falling thunder when available. Da, e bun. Utility, movement skill, defense skill, buff utility skill. Gear, high physical / elemental DPS quarter star available. Act 2, level 12-25. Bun. Hai să vedem și în contral cu perplexity. Nu perplexity era, mă? Nu perplexity. Clouds. Cloud. Doamne. Cloud AI. Da. Ah. Doamne, sper să-mi vină tovarăș să adur lucrurile. O să dau drumul și la Twitch. Ia, chiar să-i dau drumul de acum. Am deja... Ar trebui să am deja dropurile făcute. All campaign. Oh. Start streaming. Manage broadcast. Start new broadcast. Cannot reuse encoder when is not streaming encoder. Ah, stai o leacă. Bam. Dashboard. Stream manager. Sper că nu mai mi-a pornit și al doilea live pe YouTube. Content. Live. Nope. Ok. Nope. Nope. Ok. Am pornit și Twitch-ul. Zero point 5.5 presentation. Oi. Easy. Ia să las eu asta aici. Bam. Hați. Nu știu dacă aveți... Stai să pun și pe chat link-ul. Că ar trebui să am și drop-ul. Stream together. Nope. Este. Ia stai că vreau să văd eu. Home. The unstable, băi, du-te încolo. Twitch TV. Channel. Și ferește că pin aveți și Twitch-ul acolo și ar trebui să aveți dropurile puse. Bam, bam, bam. Type stream. Stai că am și o notificare, mă uit imediat la ea. Pam, 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 pam. Dragoș Gigi, welcome, 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 Dragoș Gigi, welcome. Bună seara și bine te-am găsit al 198-lea om din Teams. O leacă de energie, vă rog. Bam. Bun. Mi s-a pus cumva... A, nu mi s-a pus de 2 ori. Am zis că fac infart aici. Verificați, vă rog. Right challenge. Drop. 2. Twitch. Path of Exile generation. Ar trebui să vă apară dacă intrați pe live, ar trebui să vă apară undeva în dreapta. Câții tăi? Așa, ar trebui să vă apară undeva în dreapta, drops-ul. Rise of Online, Tom Clancy, Frank. Am mai avut... am mai avut într-un live de-al lor. Și... să-i subscribe cu bani. Dar i-am la follow. It should be... forum. Full release registration. Da, viața mea. Că mă aud și aici. Frame, zi-mi te rog frumos pe Twitch dacă ți apare ăla de drop. First time chat. Stai să dau și un ban. Îi dăm o leacă, îi dăm niște timeout 600 de secunde. Ca să nu fiu rău. Pot să-mi dau singur report la live? Gen. Ca să nu... Că dacă nu va apare drop-ul să nu îl pierde sau ceva. Aia e... Bitrate. Sper să vi-l dea. Next Friday, please be next Friday. Doamne, sare chat-ul, efectiv. De ce tot îmi dispare... Type stream, event... Bun, 20 de secunde. Dacă v-ați pregătit floricelele, nu vi le-ați pregătit. Sonorul e dat în blană, 51 ca oameni, 51 990, hai încă 10 oameni. Fac o... Mă rog pentru ei, știi? Eu... Nu, dar nu-l aud. Unmute. De ce te am pe...
But for those of you who just can't wait until 1.0 later this year, after showing the Duelist, we'll also be showing off a new event based on the Ritual League called the Forbidden Rites, which will be releasing next week along with the 055 update. And after all that, a Q&A with Ziggy D to answer your questions from Twitch chat. But not only that, afterwards we'll be going straight to the final qualifier for the PoE2 races, the winner of which will be going to ExileCon in November to compete in the finals. But first, the Duelist. Now the Duelist comes with a new weapon type that it's kind of crazy we didn't have, swords. And with each new weapon type, we want to make sure that the playstyle feels different to all the others. So what defines combat with a sword? To us, it's that feeling of flow, from attack to attack, and from stance to stance. And what better place to demonstrate the Duelist's abilities than the ruins of the Grand Arena? The corpses of the dead continue to fight endlessly as the arena collapses around them.
O să fie practic pentru mercenarii?
You'll be able to face Thrax, their champion. The first mechanic we need to talk about is ready stance. After using some Duelist skills, you can keep holding the button to ready your blades for your next strike. Normally, your basic sword slash would look like this. but in ready stance it turns into a deadly AoE slash instead.
Comentăm
Ready
după.
stance also has
Ne
the
uităm și
ability to
comentăm
be
după.
upgraded. This is Sand Scour, another ready stance attack, and if you stun enemies with it, you'll enter sand stance, and using this with your default attack will send out a sand disc. But default attack isn't the only ability that can be modified by your stance. Like Perforate, for example. This skill is a triple stab, where the third strike sends out drills, bleeding your enemies. But from ready stance, you can skip right to the drills. If you use it from sand stance though, it will send out a bunch of mini sand discs from every enemy it hits. Perfect for large packs. Together, these basic abilities give a very unique feel to sword combat. It's quite different than any other class we've made, flowing from ability to ability. There's also some abilities that you can use while in ready stance, without breaking it. A good example are war cries, like this one, Intimidate. Use it to deliver a cutting insult to your foe, intimidating them and causing your next attack to knock them off balance. Another great ability you can use already is Rending Dash. This movement skill slices through monsters, but since you stay in ready stance, it allows you to reposition to the perfect angle to strike. So far, we've been using sand stance to tackle these enemies. But what about blood stance? For that, we'll need to switch from two-hand to dual wield. Now with swords, we wanted to make sure that the different options of one-hand, two-hand, or dual wield each have their own interesting playstyle. So
Clown
unlike other
Fiesta.
weapon types, dual wielding swords gives you the ability to parry attacks. Follow up with Bloodied Blade to enter blood stance. When using this one with default attack, you'll create a deadly blood wave, causing your enemies to bleed. And of course, blood stance will also work with other skills that benefit from stances. So use it with Perforate, for example, and you'll get a bunch of mini blood novas. Once your enemies are bleeding, you might want to try out Hemorrhage. This skill creates deadly blood slashes that drastically speed up the bleeding on your enemies. And once the enemies have built up enough blood loss, slice through them with a Rending Dash to consume all the blood loss for a giga bleed. Now one skill we couldn't have made the Duelist without is Cyclone. It's an absolute fan favorite, and just like before, when using it, you can spin to win. But this class is all about using stances, so how about we try it with one of those? Use Cyclone from Sand Stance, and you'll be spewing sand discs at your enemies left and right. Great for AoE clear. Now Parry also had a significant upgrade compared to before, and it's a lot more reliable now.
Meh,
It
să
is also
zicem.
another way to parry monsters that doesn't require waiting for them to attack you. By switching to a shield, you can now bash enemies straight out of ready stance to parry them without waiting for an attack.
Nu vezi să mi-a dat.
During the arena's heyday, challengers would first have to face deadly beasts to test their mettle, so why should it be any different now? Before you can face Thrax, you will need to defeat these dangerous adversaries to prove your worth. Another trick the Duelist has up his sleeves are buried blades. Earthrend creates blades that slice through the ground towards your enemies, and once in the ground, these blades have a few uses. The first one of these can be done using Charged Slash. The basic version is a simple lightning-infused cleave, but do it from ready stance, and it changes into a deadly spin, sending out lightning projectiles. But Charged Slash can also be used with the buried blades. Hitting them will turn them into mini Tesla coils, dealing lightning damage to nearby enemies. It seems here we have a warrior who refused to die. I'm sure we could put his equipment to better use.
What?
Quiet. I've no guilt in this.
What?
You could also switch to a two-hander to plunge your blade into the ground, sending out a set of 3 blades that explode. But if you use Earthrend first, then
Okay.
you get even more blades, and the blade plunge will make all of them
Ce vrea să...
If you want an even greater field of blades, using Ready Stance with Earthrend has an interesting effect. Instead of
Asta e,
creating one
asta e altă
blade, it
hartă.
makes an entire wall of them. You can also hold the blade plunge skill to charge up the swords even further before they explode. Ooh, watch out for those chimeras. So for maximum damage,
Ooh,
use Ready
watch out for
Stance with
those chimeras.
Earthrend, charge them up with Charge Slash,
Tu.
and held blade plunge for a massive explosion.
Dude.
But that's not all. Blood and Sand work with the blade plunge too, to empower all your buried blades. Use it with sand to generate continuous sandstorms around all your blades. and this can be a devastating combo to blend bosses. Or use it with blood to create blood pools around each blade. Cycloning through the blood pools will add blood to your cyclone, so that can be a fun option. But while we're talking about that, Cyclone counts as a storm, so it can pick up other elemental ground effects too. Blade Conduit will summon a bolt of lightning to your blade and create shocking ground, and cycloning through it will add lightning to your cyclone. Combine it with the blood to get both effects. And of course it's possible to get blood, sand, ice, fire, and lightning all at the same time on your cyclone. You guys have to work out a good build for that yourselves.
De unde
Already
sand?
you can see from just the tools I've shown you, this class has a lot of interesting combinations of abilities. With even just a few skills, there are a huge number of options you can do in combat. Now before we get to the boss fight of this area, there's just one more skill I'd like to show you. World Cutter. Charge it up and unleash the ultimate slash. But that's not all. Like so many of the duelist abilities, it can be further enhanced with Blood Stance, or Sand Stance too. Alright, so those are just a few of the tools the duelist has at his disposal. So let's use them to face the true threat, Thrax, the champion of the arena.
Ok, deci un boss nou. Ok, și aplică vulnerability, să înțeleg. Mamă, da. Spark mort. Dacă îl bagă, da... Spre binele lor, sper să-l bage înainte de marea deschidere, ca să mai aibă timp să-l modifice.
Alright, so that's a taste of what we have in store for the duelist. It's my favorite class I've ever worked on, and provides a really dynamic combat experience that's just quite unlike any other ARPG. But we also wanted to show what kind of possibilities there are for the duelist in the endgame.
Yeah.
To do that, I'll hand things over to Mark.
Te rog.
I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Today, we're going to go through 2 in-game builds that we've put together for the duelist made by our developers. Our first build is called the Bringer of Blades, a mighty name once feared in the arena. This build is all about rising buried blades from beneath the ground. Some say each sword created by this build is from a foe slain in battle in the gladiator arena, and from the afterlife, they offer their sword back to you in respect. The bread and butter of this build uses Earthrend, supported by the lineage support Calm's Madness, to maximize the efficiency of creating buried blades. It combines that with the Blade Conduit skill, to charge up all the blades with lightning. You can also use the Astral Projector support on it to be able to do so from ranged, if you want to minimize risk and place shock ground underneath your enemies. We also have Earthrend supported by Electrocute, so that we can keep the enemies crowd controlled. Then it's just simple. Spam Earthrend, occasionally using Blade Conduit to refresh the charged lightning on all the blades. For stronger enemies, or larger packs, we want to be able to get Sand Stuns. The best way to do that while clearing is using Combat Frenzy. Simple. Now you're generating frenzy charges. With those, we can use Sand Scour to enter Sand Stance. And from Sand Stance, use Blade Plunge to cause sand discs to appear on all of our many buried blades, covering the screen in storms of sand. Of course, you
Meh.
want to use
Huh.
eroding sands too, because as the sand discs are doing many small hits, you want to make sure enemies have as little armor as possible for maximum damage.
Acolo cred că
Alongside that, since we're doing lightning damage, we're
Cred că
also going to
se
throw in
poate
the
mai
new
bine.
support Sandstorm, which causes our sand discs to become infused with lightning. The other tool we're using is this support, which causes all your buried blades to add miniature auras that give you damage. To double down on that further, we have this new passive skill notable, which also causes your buried blades to make you angry, causing you to generate rage on hit while near them. With those, we want even more buried blades. So, let's take it to the extreme. And for
Să o
that, we
fie
have
un build
this
pe placul tău.
Rain of Steel, which allows you to call down a whole ruckus of swords, covering the
Nah.
entire battlefield in buried
Nu
blades.
cred.
It's pretty obvious what to do next. Just use the existing combos, and the entire screen becomes surging with lightning as sand discs run wild.
Nu cred.
There's more coming even still. Alongside the duelist, we've made a whole bunch of new epic swords. I mean, just look at them all. This build in particular uses this sword, which causes all your buried blades to be enhanced by Karui magic and become ancestrally boosted. Then, take these new passive skill notables, specifically for boosted attacks, to improve your efficiency even further. There's a few new ways to boost attacks with the duelist, and we're excited for you to discover and integrate them into your builds. With all that combined, look at this actual mayhem. Now, we tried to not use unique items on this build, as we wanted to show its potential with just standard gear and skills. But this
Adevărul
next
e
one is
că
a different story.
adevărul e că
So,
unicile
let's move on to our second build.
a
Here
zis-o
we have the Scourge Walker. For this build, we wanted to do Cyclone with a twist. For that, we're going to use some uniques, starting with a new sword being introduced alongside the duelist, Oro's Sacrifice. This sword grants a ton of fire damage, at the expense of your physical damage,
7
and
butoane.
grants a new skill called Infernal Step. Infernal Step itself is pretty fun, pretty epic. Use it as you flicker around.
Uite,
turn
da,
enemies
asta
to
da.
strike them.
This one I like
Wary
it.
though, there are both upsides and downsides to using this skill consecutively. Each use gains you a stack of Sacrificial Flame. While this isn't inherently a downside, using Infernal Step while you have Sacrificial Flame causes you to take fire damage, and the more you have, the more you take. So you want to make sure you mitigate as much fire damage taken as possible. In
Și
order
mi-au
to do this,
immunity.
we're using even more uniques. Like these, which have received some changes. Molten Tenet and Zoph's Blood.
Wait,
Then
da,
we've
ne
just
uităm
gone
după.
and used good armor gear in our core armor slots to stack up as much defense as possible.
Văd ceva diferit pe armă.
So, what about damage? We're doing a few things here that are pretty out there. Given we're using Oro's Sacrifice, we're dealing purely fire damage. However, we still need to be able to bleed for some huge DPS you'll see soon. To do that, we're using this unique ring, Blistering Bond. This allows our fire damage to scale bleeding, instead of physical damage. Our last unique is Barrack's Respite. As said originally, we want a Cyclone, which is a wind skill, and can benefit from elemental ground surfaces. Now, our Cyclone is a fiery vortex. One last thing to note before showcasing our Scourge Walker in action is that Oro's Sacrifice also grants you frenzy charges while at maximum Sacrificial Flame. This will allow us to fold Bloodied Blade into our rotation between Cyclone sessions to get Blood-enhanced Cyclone. Alright, now you can see our basic rotation. First, we use Infernal Step a few times. Then, once we have a frenzy charge, we use Bloodied Blade. This puts us in Blood stance. And then it's simple. Cyclone away. As you can see, we have the perfect harmony of demonic powers. Blood and fire fill the screen. Honestly though, we need to add some horror and flesh to the build to really embrace the fantasy. For that, let's use this new support gem, which we will put on our cyclone. Given we're already bleeding, this can cause enemies to shed chunks of flesh when hit, which explode after a short delay. Check out this ruckus. Oh, and while we're at it,
Nothing
let's add
that's
even
unique.
more fire by using the Fan the Flame support. At this point, you can already see how much this is getting out of control. I love it. You may notice we have an excess of frenzy charges. So, you want to throw on Echoing Strikes, which consumes all your frenzy charges to cause our next cyclone to create a bunch of cyclones.
Black
Feel free to add
Flame,
Infernal Cry to the mix, because why not?
Păi îți dai seama că au
Well, it's already pretty
baza
damn
de acolo e luată
but
și pentru
we can
ideea
push
asta.
it further. What about single target? For that, we're going to make use of our second weapon set and use a one-hand sword and targe, which grants parry.
O să iasă, toți utilizatorii o să facă build-uri mai
We're
șmechere.
going to use this rune
Clar.
forged targe, which grants us a special version of parry that maintains its stances when used. So if you are in blood stance and use it, you will remain in blood stance afterwards. This includes while using the dashing parry that Jonathan mentioned earlier.
Full Chaos
We are going
build,
to want our
vezi
parry
că
duration to be as long as possible,
s-ar putea
so
să
we can
curețe
spend
bine.
more time spinning. To get that, we're using another new sword base type. This one adds base duration to parry.
Și
We've
așa pe
also then
Chaos.
invested into as much parry duration in this weapon set as possible on new passives on the tree.
Da, mă, o să fie
we can
pe,
make
o să ai
this even
gemling.
better by using a new support that allows our parry to apply armor break. And to get it to benefit from our fire damage, we will anoint the molten one's
E
gift
mers,
on our
e
Now, our
gen
armor break causes
mercenary.
enemies to take extra fire damage.
pornește de la mercenary.
So now we just get into blood stance using Bloody Blade, use parry, which dashes in, keeping us in blood stance. Then we cyclone our way to glory.
Stai să
Don't
vezi,
forget to also use Echoing Strikes once you get enough frenzy charges. I mean, just look at this damage.
Pa, nu se știe.
You may have noticed we didn't show any ascendancy classes. That's right. These builds weren't even ascended, so their build potential goes so much higher. And the ascendancies are pretty epic.
Hai, e fără ascendancy.
But to find out more about that, you'll have to check them out when we show them at ExileCon later this year. We hope you enjoyed our duelist demonstration. We're really excited to have you get your hands on it and start slicing and dicing throughout Rayclast. Now, Path of Exile 2's full 1.0 launch is later this year on December 11th. But if you just can't wait till then, next week we are doing our 055 update, and it includes a bunch of changes as well as a new event. Given that, it's finally time to talk about Forbidden Rites, a new event based on the Ritual League that will be starting with our 055 patch next week. But that's not all. We also have a massive overhaul to the Trial of Chaos, some new endgame Abyss content, and more. So, let's dive straight into it. The King in the Mists and his cultists, left unchecked, have spread their influence. By his will, the Nameless have been performing gruesome rituals throughout Rayclast, all the way from the forests of Ogum to the deserts of the Maraketh, and even Utsal and the Karui Islands, afflicting everything around them with a foreboding darkness. As you can see, they've been quite successful in their efforts, and if not stopped soon, who knows what will become of Rayclast.
Ok.
During the Forbidden Rites event, your goal is to put an end to their nefarious plans. In each area of the campaign, you'll find a ritual encounter. For those unfamiliar, these are effigies that are guarded by the Nameless and their servants. By defeating them within the ritual site, you can then activate the effigy and fight them again as they are revived by dark magic, all whilst various plagues will try to kill you.
Vezi, dacă omori în ritual, îi mai învii odată.
Their blood to go to the effigy to be used as tribute. After the encounter, use the tribute you earned to acquire rewards. These rituals, unlike their in-game counterparts, will not exclusively reward unique items, and instead will give you a bunch of items useful for leveling, like currency for crafting your gear alongside a bunch of equipment.
Ok, deci o să ai ritualele de la
In every
început.
area, you get to kill some monsters and then go on a small shopping spree. However, We know people liked having unique item rewards from Ritual, and we wanted that to still be present in the campaign, but we just couldn't give one out in every single area. Throughout each act, 2 times, and once in each interlude part, you'll see these clusters of more epic ritual effigies on the world map. When you reach these areas, you'll notice that unlike normal, the effigies aren't just in a random location in the area, but they're on top of the area's boss fight. By completing these boss rituals, the boss will then be carried forward and added to the next ritual in the cluster in the next area, where you'll face it as part of an increasingly dangerous series of boss waves. For example, the first cluster you'll encounter is shown here, containing large effigies in Clearfell, Mudburrow, the Grellwood, and the Grim Tangle. If you complete the ritual in Clearfell, the Hag boss will appear during the ritual in the Mudburrow, alongside the Devourer. Once you've completed that area, the ritual in the Grellwood will include Brambleghast, alongside the Hag and the Devourer.
Trag de timp.
Then,
Deci,
to top it off, when you get to Grim Tangle, the ritual in that area will have its boss, the Rotten Druid, and the previous 3, totaling 4 boss fights in one epic final showdown. That's where the unique rewards come into play. By completing these epic boss ritual encounters, you then get to spend your tribute on unique items. Given ritual is the content of the league, we wanted to make sure it worked in multiplayer well. Historically, only the creator of the area gets to spend tribute at the end, while your friends just have to watch. We've made some improvements to this experience. In 055, every party member earns their own tribute and can spend it on their own rewards. So no one has to miss out. In order to make it not too rewarding in groups, we've restricted it so party members are unable to reroll the shop and they have fewer options available to choose from. So that's the campaign and a multiplayer improvement. But what about the endgame? Given that ritual was already available to be added to your maps, well, once you reach the endgame, you'll still have ritual encounters in every area, and they'll still give unique items and omens, but we've added one extra mechanic here to add new difficulty and reward heights to your endgame maps. After completing rituals in endgame,
avem
you
haz.
want to keep an eye out for this item, a sacred bloom, which you can spend tribute on to acquire. If you happen to find one, you can then use it and apply an entrance to the Wildwood to an in-game map of your choice on the Atlas. Then, when you enter that map, you'll find this entrance at the start of the area. By entering it, you're sent into the Wildwood. You have limited time here, but while in the Wildwood you can find wisps, and you want to follow the trails of them and collect as many as possible. There are 3 different types of wisps: primal, vivid, and wild. When you then have to exit the Wildwood, the wisps are freed and will spread across the map, possessing and influencing many monsters. Primal wisps, when freed, can cause normal monsters to become magic monsters. Vivid wisps, when freed, can add additional modifiers to rare monsters. And wild wisps add rarity of items dropped to all monsters. If you're rarely lucky, keep an eye out for these sacred wisps. I wonder what they do. Of course, you can gather all 3 types of wisps if you really want to juice your maps. And by using ritual tablets, you can increase the amount of wisps found while in the Wildwood. Be warned though, while affected monsters drop better items, the wisps also empower them, making them considerably more difficult to defeat. So, that's the Forbidden Rites event. While it isn't a full league in the traditional sense, it gives you the perfect opportunity to start in a fresh economy. For those of you who enjoy having clear goals to work towards, this event league also introduces a new set of 8 challenges. These include completing the campaign rituals, defeating named rare monsters, reaching level 90, and more. Completing them will earn you 4 exclusive cosmetic rewards and a statue for your hideout to commemorate your success.
Ok.
Swarm your enemies with the Locust Footprint effect. And send your foes scurrying to their demise with the Locust Swarm Finisher effect. fear the dark no longer with your Wildwood Guardian pet at your side, and level up in fashion with the Wildwood Affliction level up effect. Next, let's talk about the Trial of Chaos. Since Early Access launched, we've received a lot of feedback about the Trial of Chaos. It was just obvious that it wasn't good enough. So we've gone through pretty much every part of this trial and made improvements across the board. There's so much to cover here, so let's just fire away with some of the more important changes. Starting with a banger. You can now leave the Trial of Chaos between rooms and resume later at your leisure.
Ok.
Alongside improving
Thumbs up.
almost every aspect of the encounter types, we've made far more of the rooms just about slaying all the enemies, instead of the more specific objectives like escorting the statue or implanting soul cores. We've increased the size of that pesky elevator and made them more responsive. We've made the doors between rooms open quicker and from further away. We've shortened the distance between rooms to have less running. We've added a lot more inherent scaling to the area and to the Trial of Sekimas too, to account for the lack of Atlas Tree. We've made the Trial Master only time freeze to spawn in all the monsters once at the start of the run, instead of in many of the rooms. On top of that, we have done a full pass on all the modifiers, making them significantly less dangerous at lower tiers,
Okay,
and rising to the same difficulty at their maximum tier. Additionally, all the modifiers now grant bonuses to item rarity too. The modifiers now also have better descriptions, being more explicit about what danger you're signing up for. We've also added a new kind of modifier, called a wager modifier. These are meta mods that can significantly increase the danger and reward of your trial. For example, this one increases the tier of every modifier already applied to your run, but in exchange for that, doubles all the currency you've earned so far in the run. There's about a dozen of these, and they have some pretty interesting effects. Sometimes you want to apply them early in the run, other times late. They add a very cool dynamic element to the mod selection between rooms. The Uxmal the Beast Lord boss fight in the Trial of Chaos has had its arena redesigned entirely. Less flying, more attacking.
Yes!
The more significant elite monsters that spawn during the Trial of Chaos are now more dangerous, but more rewarding. Speaking of rewards, you can now also find these chests between each room to get some bonus items for your efforts. And the rewards available when choosing modifiers no longer offer random corrupted items, now exclusively offering only currency items and soul cores. Oh, and we've done a full balance pass on those too, to make them more powerful, alongside adding some new ones to the trial and endgame.
Ok!
Speaking of the trial and endgame, for those looking for a greater challenge, you'll no longer need to have to stop after 10 rooms. You can now continue all the way to room 30, with the difficulty and rewards escalating as you progress. Combined with the previously mentioned wager modifiers, the rewards of these runs can get very, very juicy. Reaching these later rooms will also allow you to obtain all 3 Trial Master fragments in a single run, giving skilled players a clear and reliable path towards facing the Trial Master rather than leaving their progress entirely to chance. We've moved the functionality of the wager currency mechanic from magic inscribed ultimatums that could drop from the Trial Master into the base mechanic. This can be accessed at the end of every 10th room. Overall, this is a much more polished version of the Trial of Chaos, and we think it addresses many of the concerns players have raised over the past several months.
Trebuie să mă uit.
When we introduced the new endgame and Return of the Ancients, we wanted the journey through the fortress to feel epic, and it was. But your first time progressing through it, it is a massive undertaking. With a fresh economy, we wanted to make the fortress easier to complete.
What
So
means
in
fresh
0.5,
economy?
We're making some changes. After completing the main questline, you can now just venture out of the fortress and find another Arbiter of Divinity key.
Ooh.
By defeating this more difficult version of the boss, all remaining sections of the fortress will be automatically completed. Now, onwards to Abyss. We're introducing a new Atlas feature centered around it. We wanted to add more things to find when exploring the Infinite Atlas, so we've added these new abyssal ravines that can appear. Each map on the ravines has abysses in it, and as you complete each along it, the next map gets more and more rewarding as you push the Abyssal Legion back. When you reach the last map on the ravine, you'll have a guaranteed Abyssal boss encounter. The Forbidden Rites event will not have Runes of Aldo content in each area. But fret not. Pharaoh, Danig, and Expedition content is still going to be available in the Atlas as core, and that includes standard leagues. You can now continue to find expeditions in game, but from Act 4 onwards. In the endgame, expedition tablets will now be available, allowing for some new levels of investment into the league. Such as having 2 full expeditions in just one area, alongside up to 2 standalone remnant encounters. With tablet mods, you can now even get many sentries per expedition, resembling an almost sentry minion build as you run around and apply runic modifiers to monsters across the maps. The existing Runes of Aldo League will continue to run, so if you want to keep playing there, finishing your endgame and completing challenges, feel free to do so. So that's all our new content summarized for this Event League and 055 update. In case you didn't see it alongside Path of Exile 1's release for Curse of the Allflame, here's a reminder to check out our supporter packs and mystery box that release with it, which are now fully available for use in Path of Exile 2 as well. These include the Plague and Remedis supporter packs, and the Curse of the Allflame mystery box, with some epic items including armor sets, weapon skins, weapon effects, map devices, hideouts, a new tracking scroll, some otters, and much more. If you would like to purchase the Curse of the Allflame mystery box, it's available now through the in-game shop and Path of Exile 2 website. For more information, head to pathofexile2.com/mystery box for all the details. We'll also be releasing some cool new armor sets and skill effects alongside this release. Check these out. If you're interested, keep an eye out on the store with the new release. Thanks for your support.
Ooh, this one is
Now,
really good.
we had originally thought we were going to deploy a much larger balance pass in this patch. But unfortunately, with all the other work going on for our 1.0 release, we were not able to get these changes ready in time. It's been a lot more work than we expected. So rather than deploy something substandard, we decided it would be better to take our time with the balance changes and just release the Event League anyway. All those balance changes that were slated for 055 will now be happening in 1.0 instead. The full release patch is shaping up to be a huge one, and if you haven't done so yet, you can acquire exclusive milestone rewards just by signing up at pathofexile2.com for the 1.0 full release. Also, we hope you join us for ExileCon on November 7th New Zealand time to see what else we've been cooking up. But in the meantime, we hope you enjoy the Forbidden Rites event.
Mă fac, mă,
which
Javelin
starts
pe
at the end of
spate îl
next
fac.
week.
Fii atent.
See you in Rayclast. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D, so get your questions ready.
Atât. Al doilea caracter a rămas, Gemling-ul, să știi. Exact cum am discutat.
G'day and welcome back, Exiles. Joining you from around the world, I am Ziggy D in Australia. We've got Jonathan over at Gamescom, and we've got Mark in New Zealand. So we're all over the place this time, coming at you remotely for some Q&A to talk about what we saw with the Duelist today, the 0.55 event update, and various other little questions that you might
Da, mă, da, așa am rămas, mă țin de cuvânt,
Thanks
nu
for joining
sunt.
us from all over the place, folks. Jonathan, you're at Gamescom at the moment, where some lucky folks are able to actually play the Duelist. How's it been going?
Absolutely. So
Yeah, it's honestly been great. It's really good to see players just being able to play and experience the game. It's always fun. But my voice is actually a bit screwed right now because I've been kind of yelling over the loudness of the Gamescom. Trying to explain complicated duelist mechanics. In yelling form. So my voice is a bit messed up. So hopefully you guys can forgive that. But yeah,
Da, mă, da.
it's always fun talking to players and journalists and seeing what they think.
Yeah, have you been able to get some like good kind of
Am zis, am
feedback there,
zis.
since you're right there with people as they're playing?
Yeah,
with
for sure,
Path of
absolutely.
Exile?
O să încep primul caracter pe monk
Got, Kevin, who's been one of the
și
designers,
după o să îmi fac
as well. He's been
Gemling al
direct
doilea.
feedback, talk to players as well. It's been really good.
Awesome.
Da, mă,
And
da.
Mark, you're over in New Zealand where you were just working on the endgame builds that you showcased in that video there, which were pretty spicy. How are things going over there? in the
Easy.
studio?
Well, I'm at home right now, but it's been pretty hectic. Just putting it always is for these deadlines, just pulling everything together. But yeah, these
S-a picat
in-game
cutia pe
builds we
Twitch?
had to put together in the last, honestly,
Doamne
felt
ajută.
like the last week really is when I was like, okay, we've got to theory craft some epic shit. Let's put it together and came up with. I said made by developers. Technically, that is true, but I kind of theory crafted both of them and was like, let's get cranking. And they both seemed pretty fun. I mean, they were definitely fun to play. Hopefully, they were fun to watch. But there's a lot more as well. So there's like, good dozen builds I had in mind, and I was like, oh, we were going to go with them, and we're going down a whole bunch of different paths, and it just kind of ended up. I was like, I want to do something traditional that uses a bunch of swords, and something demonic, because why not? So it was quite interesting that I ultimately just got to pick a fantasy and then make it happen. But of course, the difference between me making builds and players making builds is you have to make a build with what works, whereas I make the build and then I'm like, go and make it happen, development team. Thank you. So
Change the balance until it works, basically.
yeah.
Make this a thing. Well, you certainly have a lot to work there with the duelist. There is a lot going on there. I know, Jonathan, you personally were just telling me earlier that you're like very excited for the duelist in particular, and that it's the most fun you've had with the game so far, or something to that effect. What is it
Absolutely.
like that you love about it?
I really love this class. Like, I really love melee combat in games. Like, it's something that I really enjoy. And this
Să
one,
vede cât le
honestly,
iubești.
I would say finally kind of delivers something that I would say is like peak melee in an ARPG. Like, I honestly really love it.
Da.
But also just there's so many intricacies to the skill design in this class that's really interesting. Like, I don't think we've ever sort of woven so many different
E foarte OP ai făcut clasele. A
A
făcut clasele de melee foarte OP.
3 or 4 skills, honestly, just due to all the different ways that you can use them. But at the same time, it's all quite diegetic, by which I mean, like,
Sincer,
kind of
adică...
like, there's metal in the ground, you electrify it, now it's like zapping.
Jonathan,
So
te
it's
rog,
all
te rog.
obvious in some ways, but also kind of complicated too, because there's just so many ways you can use it.
There's a ton of nuance to it, but even so, I had a chance to play it last time I was visiting, like a couple months back, and there's some sort of intuitiveness to how the skills end up working together, where you can almost play without reading some of those descriptions, I think, which is good because there's a lot of descriptions you do have to write for those. Given the
it is actually kind of interesting in the studio because the people who are more, I guess, stat focused are actually the ones that feel the class is more complicated and the ones who just like take it as they see it. Because if you look at the number of stat sets, it is kind of crazy because you'll have like, it's like you've got a buried blade explosion, and then you've got to be like, okay, then buried blade when it's got electricity, and then buried blade explosion with with electricity, right? Or versus just the electrical hits, and it just ends up being like half a dozen stat sets on every skill that you, which is what we call the different tabs that you see on the skill gem. So yeah, if your first experience of the game is like looking at the skill gem hovers and like looking at every single stat set, then you're not necessarily in for as good of a time as if you just like try out the skill and see what it does. I guess that's sort of quite different than what a lot of our skills have been like in the past. But I honestly really love it just because there's so many interesting ways to use the skills.
With this, just having such an extensive set of like skill interactions compared to anything you've had so far, how challenging is designing this one and getting it to work and be playable in that way, being, say, compared to the Huntress and the Druid?
Well, I'll tell you what, this is one of the hardest classes to design, and a lot of it was like, okay, swords are pretty much the most generic weapon ever, right? And you ask like 10 different people what a sword does, and they'll give you 10 different answers. Like, there are certain fantasies, and we kind of had to make sure we were delivering like pretty much anyone's fantasy of a sword, and there's like quite a few different ones, right? So, you have to go through. But I think the kind of like thing that ties it all together is that to me, swords are about like the kind of that flow feeling. That's what I kind of wanted to nail, and that's where the whole sort of ready stance thing kind of came from. So it took a lot of iteration to get there. I went through so many different designs of the way that swords could work. And eventually it's funny because the whole blood in the sand thing wasn't even part of the initial design. And at some point I realized that some of the stuff that we were designing was coming kind of close to that. And I'm like, oh yeah, hang on. In PoE 1, we've got this blood and sand theme. What if we actually took that and like effectively used that theme on top of some of the mechanics we were designing? And then it all kind of really rapidly came together after that. Like we suddenly realized, like, yeah, this is sort of the feel, like the theme of like physical stuff that we can go with for the duelist. And it ended up working really well.
Mult.
So I'm really happy with where that ended up.
Yeah, the stance thing in particular, I remember when I was trying it, like, and you're talking about flow and how important that was. And I remember I was having an issue where I really wanted to get into ready stance and then move to the next monster to execute my next skill.
Right.
But that would break ready stance. But I noticed that that's something that you've solved in the new iterations. You've got this way that you can even carry through now.
Yeah, so since you played that, we added the idea that there are some skills that you can use without breaking ready stance, and in particular, the rending dash that you can use to sort of dash from one place to another. Having that be an option that you can do without breaking ready stance sort of allows for that repositioning that you can do, and it honestly speeds up quite a lot what you can do. I didn't use it that much in the demo that I was showing, but for actual like practical play, I highly recommend using it because you know, if you're someone who likes to zoom around, then using that skill can really add quite a lot to what you're doing.
I think people are probably a little bit confused in general about like the ready stance and the blood and sand as well. So how do those just effectively work ultimately?
Yeah. So fundamentally what you've got here is that there are two different, at least two that we showed, ready stance skills. One of them kind of moves backwards as more defensive, and that's the sand one. If you stun a monster with that, then it's going to put you in sand stance. The other one is
poți să creezi
more
ligă
aggressive,
privată.
and that one, if you hit a parried monster, it's going to put you in blood stance. So if you're into the sort of parry gameplay early on, then blood is the one for you. If you're more into, you know, if you're not into that, then using the sand one is like more your style. Then you can go that way. But all of it is bypassable with frenzy charges as well. So one of the questions that we often get is like, oh, you know, what if I don't want to parry? What if I don't want to do the stun stuff? And frenzy charges effectively act as your bypass. So as Mark showed in one of those builds, combat frenzy is like a good way to be able to kind of like, you know, get those stances without that. But there's even other ways as well. So there's also support gems that allow you to get blood and sand without having to even do either of those skills as well, and like quite a few different options. Like there are actually a huge number of different options that
got a couple
really
uniques as well. We've got at least one sand stance unique and one blood stance unique right now.
N-am fost atent când zice că de drumul la ligă.
Then there's also the thing of getting blood on the ground as a way to get blood on things like Cyclone. I actually didn't realize this was going to happen, but in one of my demos, I had one of those vampire monsters from Act 1, and it's like, use one of those blood pools on the ground, and that actually triggered the blood.
Oh,
I had no idea that we
filmare.
actually had done that even. Like, I didn't realize that those blood pools technically were the same mechanic. So yeah, you can like get blood-coated Cyclone from just playing against one of those vampire monsters.
Well, that sort of touches on one of my other questions then. So, like, some people, I think, especially people who maybe just played a little bit of parry when Huntress first came out.
4 septembrie.
It's changed quite a bit. But about parry, some people are definitely worried about parry. Like, they see that
Vinerea următoare
to be focused on that because of the bad
o să
experience.
fie
So how has parry
0.5.5.
changed or been improved here, and also how like mandatory is it for the duelist playstyle there?
Well, certainly we didn't want it to be mandatory because that was one of those things we did with the Huntress where parry
La
was
ora
really
11.
important for that class initially, and we wanted to make sure that it wasn't here. That being said, it is a duelist. I want parry to be a thing for it, so like, you know, we did want at least one of the archetypes to involve that. But at the same time, one of the big issues that we've had with parry,
M-am uitat acum pe
it
forum.
just comes down to unreliability. So there's a new change that we've just implemented for parry, which was actually quite complicated to do. And it's a little bit complicated to explain as well, but effectively what we've done is we've made it so that when you're parrying, your character is effectively enlarged against skills that are parryable. So that means that you'd kind of have this problem before where you'd feel like you would try to parry something and it looked like the monster would kind of hit you, but it just didn't. And that was happening all the time, and like one of the frustrating things about parry. So what we've done is, now that we've made this change, it means that monsters hit you much more reliably when you're parrying, and so it just makes the whole thing a lot better. But the other issue that we had as well is just boss fights. Like, some boss fights just don't really have a lot of parryable attacks, and that's where the shield thing comes in. We can do the shield bash to allow you to parry a monster even when they're not attacking you. So that one's kind of like it also can be used during clearing as well.
Viața mea, dar nu e jocul ăla în care să-ți faci griji de
makes
dau
the whole thing a lot
parry
more
ca
reliable
să
in any context.
dau un atac,
So
dau
those
iarăși
things
parry,
together
până
really
dau
do
eu
improve
300 de
the feel
parry,
quite a lot, compared
mă
to
înconjoară ăia, mă fac
And,
kebab,
honestly,
shawarma.
I love to parry personally, but as I said, even with that said, we know it's not for everyone, so we wanted to make sure there's other options too.
Yeah, that shield, the buckler shield bash parry was super satisfying when I was.
Ești
playing that,
nebun?
so-
It is one of those things that's so hard to explain to people though, because where do you even put the tutorial for that? Like it's just kind of like an extra thing on your native skill that you've got, like, you know, just the shield that you've got right from the beginning. You know, normally people don't look at the videos for like the base skills like that. Like technically there are
Twitch-ul îi
videos
dau
for it.
stop, să
If
știți.
you go to the alt menu, you can go
Gata,
to it,
și
but,
Twitch-ul.
like nobody's really digging into
Atât a fost și
that,
Twitch-ul, sper
so
că
hard to
v-ați
find a way
luat
to explain that, but I guess
v-ați luat
anybody who listens to this live stream will know about it.
boxurile.
And hopefully that'll slowly make its way through the community.
Yeah, I was going to ask because like I didn't even know about that until you told me about it later. What were you saying?
Yeah,
Mark?
yeah.
A couple more parry things there for a bit later as well. We have a not that I'm trying to spoil everything. We have a new reservation skill called codenamed Arcane Parry right now, which is effectively it charges up and then when you parry, it does a much more significant shockwave comes out of you, just to like allow for a lot more area of effect coverage.
That means that all those monsters get parried as well. By the way. So the point of this is to effectively make so that like we had this thing before where there was a period there where parry was like had a really huge range, and it was good for endgame, and but we didn't really like that it was so non-physical. So by adding like this kind of like effect to it and actually making it into a mechanic that you can do with a spirit reservation,
Friendly build.
now it becomes a thing that we can much more readily accept, and it is a good way to actually make parry viable in endgame as well, by just making it hit like a much larger area.
That parry fix where you're
Îl fac
enlarged,
repede,
is that in
că pentru
0.55 or is
Adonia,
it a
repede
1.0
sparg
unless that
jocul.
duel's changed?
It's probably in 1.0, I would imagine.
Adonia upset. Really?
What were you saying?
But yeah, we also have a other unique helmet coming, which causes your war cries to parry enemies.
What?
And then in the full radius. And we also have we're currently trying, we're hoping we can get this, but just so that if people want to play two-handed sword and want to still engage with it, we're trying a two-handed sword base type that grants parry, and you can parry with that. So that'll be a very specific base type.
I'm excited about that.
Base type
Yeah.
I was definitely a little sad to see that you couldn't parry with the two-hander, but I kind of get not wanting them all to be the same, so having the differences there, because so you can parry with the dual wield swords, which is obviously a unique thing to swords, and you can parry with the buckler or the armor evasion shield bases, right? Like the other ones as well. So you've got the parry with those, but that lets you a unique two-handed sword parry. That's pretty cool. I mean, it does make more work for yourselves. That means even more animations, right? You have to make a two-handed parry animation now.
Sure.
Just for that.
Sure. But, you know, it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
I was going to ask about the animations.
Da, resetul de economie. What the fuck it is means? Doar dați un reset pur și simplu.
Even noticing like some real kind of like authentic.
Serios acum, adică no economy system. What the
movements in like say the cyclone
hell?
the swords twist around and the swords are handled and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, there's someone knows.
Face o ligă?
It has done a phenomenal job, not only of the animation itself, but also just researching stuff. And I actually had someone at Gamescom, like a journalist, say to me that they actually know how to, you know, they've used a sword and done some like, you know, blade practice. And the first thing he said to me was, oh, you know, like, did you like hire anyone to like advise about this? And it's like, no, our animator is just really interested in this stuff. And what they do is he's got like a, you know, weighted plastic blade that he's got in the studio. And he can film video reference of himself like doing things and sort of get some of that to get video of it that he can use to kind of work out how to do the movements. But he's just really interested in all of this kind of stuff, and he does a lot of research, like watching YouTube videos of actual people like doing this stuff, and like it's resulted in like just a really amazing looking set of animations. Like honestly some of the best animation work we've done.
Yeah, I would have believed if you had said like, oh yeah, we had some Hebrew guy came in, we mocapped them or something. So that's really impressive work. So some great stuff. Yeah, it looks super wicked. But at the same time, like, you've also not been afraid to go a bit over the top there with one of the press
sure,
images
for sure.
with a
Well, you know,
gigantic anime.
Yeah,
sword.
I mean,
It's
there
hilarious.
there has to be some level of anime inspiration if you're talking about swords for certain things. Like as I said before, like everyone's got different fantasies about what being a swordsman means, and the sort of anime sword thing is definitely one of those. So yeah, we kind of had to have it.
Yeah, you've tried to touch on all of those. Like, you definitely got that dash in kind of nothing personal anime thing where they slice and then fall apart afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not sure if we even showed that in the video
can't.
really, but we actually have some new tech now where all the monsters are capable of being sliced into pieces. So it actually works like all the monsters are being like split up, and then we can. It's actually a mechanic. You know what? Actually, one of the endgame builds had it, didn't it? Where you slice monsters up. And then we've even got mechanics to take advantage of that, like the one that makes so that some of the chunks explode after they get sliced up.
Yeah,
so yeah, it's an actual thing now. We kind of originally did it just as a visual cool thing.
Nu știu ce să zic,
But
ce...
it's an actual game mechanic as well now, so that's kind of interesting too.
I had the meat chunks on bleed. I think we were calling them meat chunks internally. Meat chunks on bleed, but I didn't have the meat chunks on slice and dice or whatever.
Right, okay, you didn't have that.
No, that's a different build.
Right.
All up, I know that this has been a pretty challenging class to showcase, and it's something we chatted about quite a bit, how you wanted to like show, you know, the campaign and the end game. And I think like having both of those here in this showcase has been really good for people, so they can see and have like kind of like that full picture. Obviously, one of the slower technical stuff to show like how the animations work, how the interactions work, and then you wanted the end game to show like what people can aspire to. But how well do you think overall that you've been managed to communicate the duelist here? Because I feel like it's a hard thing to nail down without actually playing it.
Mostly because, like, you know, you can see the fluidity, sort of, but you don't really know how it feels. So, I mean, I think one of the reasons why we're so keen to demonstrate it at Gamescom, so a bunch of people get their hands on it. Yeah, honestly, it's just been really good. Like, a lot of people really enjoyed it. So I think I was a little bit worried, right? Because, like, I was worried, like, will people understand ready stance and so on? And we were so worried about it. We're like, okay, we need to have some like signs up that explain ready stance. We need to make sure there's a tutorial in this Gamescom build that we've got for this, just for that to make sure it works. And if all else fails, we've got Kevin who can just walk around and tell people if they're not doing it. You know, like, so that's the just like really certain that everyone understands the mechanic. But yeah, like honestly, once you feel it, once you feel the flow, it totally makes sense. And honestly, even like some of the design meetings I'll have, I'm just like sitting there, just like doing ready stance attacks. I'm like, oh, like I'll sometimes just like lose track of time, just sitting there like doing it. It's just so fun to actually do. Yeah, I really enjoy that part.
So those endgame builds look very spicy. I know a fear was that like some people would feel that swords were too weak or too slow because you were showing just that early campaign side of things. Yeah. But if anything, after seeing like those endgame builds, I'm wondering like almost the opposite. Is like, is there a risk here that like the endgame power level of players has just become so high that opportunities to enjoy some of that deeper gameplay is becoming like too far and like too few and far?
It is a potential concern for sure. Balance will be tricky, I suspect, to get right. Well, you know, all those things you saw are like the current balance, but maybe Mark, you've got some more theories about that.
Those builds when they were getting filmed, I was like, they're just too strong. They're too strong. And I think even Jonathan, you had some feedback. You're like, just make them a little bit weaker. Like, you don't need to one hit literally everything.
Yes.
And I was like, we're already filming these in tier 25 map equivalents with like
There was a problem at one point like that.
Unassembly. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? But yeah, they're just there's some, obviously though, we're like putting together a class for demonstration purposes for like a convention and to put together these builds. Like obviously we still have some more work to do with respect to that balance kind of side of things, but it's definitely very powerful right now. Some of that dust has to calm down, but that's okay. You know, we'll get there. These things take a lot of time to iterate on, and of course, we have till December 11th to do that. So I'm not concerned about the amount of time. In fact, we've never had a class this ready with this much time, so that's a good thing. But yeah, it means we can make even more builds, get even more ready, have the balance be ideally in the best spot. Hopefully players will agree, but we'll see. But yeah, definitely. I would say right now it is too OP for sure. Like, it's. I mean, I've played through the campaign a whole bunch of times on it, and I'm just like, you know, I shouldn't be this powerful.
Dar campania nu e
comparatively
mare
with everything else.
chestie.
Like, I get that people at Gamescom might not have the
Campania
same
chiar nu e mare
because, like,
chestie.
that's you're starting
Sorry,
in
dar
Act 5, you're on a pre-made character.
ce fac
what's
după
the character
campanie
like?
contează.
It's like not necessarily optimized and all of that. So, you know, people there are probably going to have a different
Nu-i
experience.
chiar așa strong
You know, what
campania.
you see is very
I mean, there's
strong.
also-
But again, and that is filmed in. I understand tier 25 map. What does that mean? We have obviously we can just set the levels of any area. That is a tier 25 map equivalent of filming for those in-game builds. So yes, there are some power concerns, but it's again with this much time, it should be pretty easy to deal with it. It's
Tier 25
nothing new really.
în hăr cu
Yeah, I mean, so
build-ul
this is
ăla.
way earlier than you've ever been able to showcase glass. So getting that hands-on in the public, it gives you lots of time to make those tweaks and see all those points that people are like, oh, people keep missing this detail as you're going around and being like, oh, you can do that. You'll get to kind of learn where those pain points potentially are. Mark, I noticed a bejeweled implicit on Oro's sacrifice. What does that mean?
Yeah, well, okay, I've mentioned a few cool base types. So we just to clarify, there was the two-handed sword with ready stance. With parry, right? And these are base types. So we've put a lot of effort into making the base types of swords real like epic. And honestly, I want to then propagate it to every other weapon type. To be honest, so we've got, just to clarify before we get to bejeweled, we've had. Parry two-handed sword. We showed a base parry duration one-handed sword. What was the other one we showed? Two-hander. There was the buried blades are ancestrally boosted that we showed in that video. And then Oro's sacrifice has bejeweled, which is the base type property of the Twilight longsword, I believe it's called. And that item comes with a dual socket instead of regular sockets. You know, it's not necessarily better, but it's sort of interesting, and it's trying to just create a bunch of different things with all the different base types where, you know, that whole suite of them that will drop at endgame. You know, so currently, like a lot of weapons, you probably get like 5 base types at endgame, maybe 6. Pretty much the entire sword line will have a endgame counterpart with all the implicits, just because we've put a lot of cool stuff there. And you do still have your traditional, here's the one that's high attack speed, here's the one that's got some crit, here's the one that's just the bonk damage and all of that. But then all the others we've tried to make sure have really special implicits, and that includes the base type of Oro sacrifice. So yeah, hopefully people enjoy it and think it's cool, but I definitely was pretty excited about it. And honestly, I find now the base type itself like has some build enabling properties, which I would say hasn't really happened before. So I'm excited to see having that extra axis of like, damn, what sword do I want to use? There's like 3 or 4 options here. I don't know what to do. So I'm pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I love these bases with like weird implicits that do interesting things like that. So I hope that is something you propagate out to the rest of the game there. Love it. Let's talk about what's coming up in the nearer future for people to get their hands on with. But first, you did mention that you were hoping originally to get a big balance pass in 0.055 in the lead up to launch, but now that's the bulk of that at least is being pushed until launch. Is there some stuff that you feel like you really want to get in before then, though? Is there anything that you do want to get into 0.55 potentially?
Well, want to and realistically possible are the 2 things that are at clash here. I wanted to get all of it in. It just wasn't coming together in a way that wasn't just going to... Like, the things with this is you can't, like, half-ass it and deploy it. If you remove all of X and don't do all of Y, it's just like, okay, why did you just remove all of that? I don't understand. And we weren't just able to bring those packages of changes together, especially while we've got a whole new class in development, getting fully balanced and prepared. And that made it even twice as hard because, as Jonathan's mentioned in the past, and we've talked about, every single time we make a new class, we end up changing every system under the sun. And then we want some of those in and some of those not in. And it was just this giant ruckus of, it's like a kind of just massive writhing changes everywhere. And it was so hard.
Literally just merging the changes was a disaster. Like just like
Yep.
picking the things, like the commits, like do these ones go in, do those ones not go in? Like we're in the middle of doing like a massive bleed revamp in order to do the dual list, and yet we also want to try to somehow like what parts of that need to go in and what parts don't, and you know, like it's just like such a crazy puzzle. And we are at the point where literally like our producers were like, we don't know if we can make a build of this. Of like what you want, like we've got a bunch of changes. We don't think we can even create a build that works in the timeline that we need it to be. So yeah, it was challenging even on that level. But not only that, there was the issue of just like more changes were needed, like more things needed to actually happen as well.
For example, to support echoing strikes, we had to make it, we effectively refactored our entire cloning system, which kind of touched on every single skill in the game. And it's like, okay, well, we don't want that because it's untested, has a bunch of ramifications and stuff we still need to iterate on. Yet now any change we have to make to every single skill now has a conflict when we're trying to merge it to the actual build. And honestly, it was just turning into an absolute disaster. And it was like, okay, this just isn't going to be ready, and we're just going to have to keep delaying it, and to the point where like, what are we even going to get here? And yeah, it just wasn't really feasible, honestly, and it was causing us, I mean, honestly, I would say that working around all of that was making everything take significantly longer. And then all of a sudden now we're getting less done because we're having to work around that, and it was just not coming together. And it is sad, and I am real gutted about it because there's a lot of like real cool stuff there. Like we have ascendancy class reworks, we have, you know, many new uniques, reworked uniques, we have just stuff everywhere. And I was like, man, this stuff is cool. And I was even just describing it all to Jonathan and how excited I was about it. And I was like, no, I want it all in there, but it just honestly wasn't production wise feasible at all. So it's sad.
Go ahead.
It is more for 1.0 though, so that's always good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, with it being such like a eldritch horror of interconnected balance changes there, are you worried about putting it out at 1.0 then? Because that was like
no,
the thing.
Because the difference is that when we're making like an 0.55 patch, what we're doing is we're taking changes from our kind of like development version, we're merging them in. But when we're going to make a entirely new release, that's what's called a retag. We effectively like take everything that we have on our development version, and it's all going to go live. So there's not like this kind of same production hell that you get when you're trying to like make a build out of parts from.
I think he means from the testability sake, maybe.
Well, sure, I guess so. I mean, yeah, but there's always that. But you know, I mean, look, 1.0 is going to get a hell of a lot of testing. You know, like obviously, you know, there's a lot of stuff to do there. So our QA team will be all over that.
We got more time now to make sure it's right as well. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Da, mai aveți
most of the balance changes are
3 luni
to 1.0. I won't like dive into too many of the balance related questions at this point, since it's all still obviously quite a ways away. But one of the things we did discuss was the plus levels side of things, and that is probably the one that came up the most. And I know you guys said in the past that you were reviewing some changes in 0.5 from that to see how that they landed. But it does seem like plus levels are still seen as quite a bit of a problem, crowding out uniques and increasing inavailability in some cases as well with some of the stuff from the Runes of Aldor. So how are you feeling about plus level balance overall at this point now, or moving forwards towards 1.0? Is that on your radar?
It is still on the radar, yes. I haven't actually done the changes for it yet, and I don't 100% know exactly what to do, but I mean, we've had probably 15 discussions about it now, so it's one of those, it's turning into the next dexterity for sure. And we'll see. We'll end up somewhere for sure. I just don't know exactly what that is right now, but it's the second on the spreadsheet. There's like a spreadsheet called Mark to do something, and it's the second one. So it's
what's number one out of interest?
We're having another balance meeting today to discuss it. So what is number one? It's probably just whatever I added last. Number one is reserved for this hasn't been sorted in the list yet.
Okay.
Because I just insert at the top of the sheet when I add stuff. So and then it gets reprioritized.
Well, that one stays at number 2. I see. Okay. Have you guys discussed like some of the things being kicked around? I've seen like, I don't know what's a good solution and what's not, and for what reasons here. But have you discussed like, maybe like level 30 is the cap that you can reach for gems, or limiting the amount you can get there, or is it more of something you're looking at? Oh, well, it's maybe just about getting the numbers right. Like we just want to bring those down to certain levels. Where do you kind of feel it is?
Dacă limitezi levelul, o să limitezi celelalte clase.
Caps have been discussed. I think the important thing we want to do is not kill. Well, honestly, I would say there is a few problems with like caster itemization, and I want to make sure that we don't just take away that itemization. Even very early in the game, caster itemization isn't as good as it could be. But it's really hard when you're dealing with fundamental mod pools. Like even early game runes are not as impactful, obviously, for casters, right? Where you get like flat damage ones for attackers and casters don't, and it propagates all the way through. And I get that some of the leagues have added some, breach caster items, for example, have added some endgame itemization, but there is a more fundamental problem here for sure. So I just don't want to make the itemization for casters worse. Let's make it really. That's honestly how it is.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what you come up with there then.
I get that it extends further than just casters, but like that's the main thing of not wanting to ruin.
Yeah, there's almost two separate discussions there.
Everyone has a different perception of like, what is good itemization or not. I'm talking about just generally what we believe to be good itemization as opposed to
I don't necessarily see an inherent problem with plus levels. I think it's just that the power level of it and its availability is high to the point where it does crowd out other item choices. So it feels like you're, if it's not that, then it's not worth using effectively.
We definitely have a thing right now where every single caster unique that gets made, it's like doesn't have plus gem levels sucks. And
1 out.
even with all of the new uniques we've been making, it's like you kind of want to default to be like, this needs +4, this needs +6, this needs plus, and it's like, do we really have to put this on literally everything?
Yeah,
but to compare, like, in the same way that you're making when you're making a weapon, like generally you can't just be like, nah, I'm not going to put any damage mods on it. So like a martial weapon. So it just doesn't feel quite the same. And I do understand why. I've discussed that before, but anyway, we'll see what happens, but we will do something.
All right. So the Forbidden Rights event, so just to clarify for folks, being an event,
it's draining my life.
Expansion. It's a different thing entirely. It's not a league and expansion in that same way. So what of the changes that you talked about are specific to this Forbidden Rights event versus core game changes here as well?
Yeah, so this is our first time ever that we've had a league be both running and core. And we just noticed there was a lot of people still playing Runes of Aldo. We didn't want to end it. So we wanted to keep that running. So we've had to do a large number of hacks to both support something being core and not. But
it's weird.
The tablets are for the event and standard league. So because the league is in every area in Runes of Aldo, you don't get tablets to further it. What else have we changed there? I mean, you don't get remnants in every area during the event, but you can once you start using tablets. And it's honestly for those who've obviously played leagues and seen leagues go core, or people who played our previous leagues for PoE2, like Fate of the Val, and then the temple became core. Ultimately, it should feel like all the content from Runes of Aldo is now in its core state while you're playing in the event and standard leagues. And if you continue to play Runes of Aldo, you should notice no difference. That's pretty much it. We have made some changes, like obviously it's not introduced now until, so currently in the Forbidden Rights event, the content, the characters aren't introduced until Act 4 when you're doing the quest in Act 4. So you won't see any through Act 1, 2, and 3. What else is different there? I think the only other thing we may have, I'm pretty sure we changed it, is, which I don't know how people are going to respond to this one, but we've removed from the Forbidden Rights and Standard League, so it's not in the current Runes of Aldo, it didn't want to affect the economy, but Elder's Saga, the mods from it are now in the core mod pool of what can generate on logbooks, as opposed to requiring that item. You'll have to determine the rarity yourself, and then we've replaced that outcome from the Remnant encounters. just so that the entirety of the end game for that isn't just Elder's Sagaing and that's it.
Awesome. Good stuff. The ritual, speaking of like the end game here for the league, for the new league, the event, the Sacred Bloom from the rituals that lets you add the Sacred Wildwood to maps. How rare are these roughly? Is that something we can be applying to every decent map, or just kind of the most juiced ones because it's going to be rare and valuable? It's a big thing, being able to get the Wildwood.
It's about 1 in 5 maps to get one about, but
Okay.
give or take. So yeah, you're not going to run every map, but of course it's tradable. So
yeah,
feel free to just go ahead and buy them. So yeah, I don't know. I think that was a pretty decent rate, but we may still iterate.
That seems like the sort of thing you could easily like afford to run fairly frequently then. With that being the case, back when we had this before in Affliction League, it was probably the most insane juicing thing we've ever had. So both in terms of difficulty and reward, which is really cool for a number of reasons. Like obviously people like big loot explosions, but also you could make like the hardest monsters of all time outside of like, deepest of delves. Is this potentially going to be a similarly spicy thing for Path of Exile 2?
It's obviously pretty hard to compare the drops because it's just an entirely different drop ecosystem. Like, are you going to be having to hover and identify 100 heavy belts in every map? Probably not, But for those who that is my strict memory of Affliction is like I am so sick of looking at heavy belts on the ground.
Yep.
I think I actually got 2 mirrors.
Ideea e că nu poate se vede pe marcă, nu zice nimic.
Maybe even more than
Crazy. I've only ever got one in more.
Yes, I have equal memories of Affliction. Don't worry about that. But
No,
the way that the wisp scale the monsters.
El știe, doar că nu poate să zică el. Și el încearcă să nu zică chestii ca să nu dea spoil cu nimic.
Blue wisps turn monsters magic. Normal monsters magic, yellow wisps add to rare monsters, and purple wisps add rarity to everything. So, purple, magenta, and if you're stacking rare monsters, obviously yellow and purple is the,
El nu poate să zică acum că, vezi, Doamne, o să ne ocupăm de, nu știu, de Monk să-i dă mai mult damage. Că nu știe, poate au un plan, dar...
To some degree, of course, because they both get better with tablets, so they are contesting with one another, but you run both and stack it with everything else
Liga...
in the endgame currently. So should be pretty out there, pretty crazy.
Liga asta, semi-liga asta, update-ul ce o să vină, o să fie mai mult un fixing de drop, cred. O să fie, cred că, mai mult un fixing de drop. Am așa o presimțire.
It is in terms of content, that existing content that needs improving, it is the next as an actual in content, not like character side or balance or anything. It is the next thing on our list that is the worst thing.
The next worst.
So yes, we definitely want to, but obviously, lot to do for the end of the year. So we'll have to see if we can fit it in, but we'll see how that goes. But yeah, if not, I would say if not for release, then you'd look at it for 1.1 kind of territory for sure. But honestly, the changes we made to Trial of Chaos are it's so much better. Oh my god! And it should never have been in that state. I was writing and reading all the patch notes, and I was just like, we should never have had to write this. This should not have ever needed to have been a patch note. This is horrendous. And I'm sure when we get to the Trial of Stekimas, we're going to have a similar situation going on. So. It's not as bad. At least there's a kind of strategy there to some degree, and ways to make money, and divines.
Dar ce ai pățit?
But yeah, it needs a substantial amount of love for sure.
Awesome, good to hear it then.
Te-ai necat cu vreun gem?
So a few more rapid fires on the end game. The challenge level of end game caps out pretty early currently. That's good for build diversity, honestly, but it does mean that there are some limited options for like testing your more powerful characters. Uber bosses and more challenging like endgame content, that's something on the radar for maybe for 1.0 or something?
I don't want to commit to like higher tiers of boss content
Frame.
to too much of a degree, especially with respect to Uber bosses, until we have the character balance in the right spot. And in theory, 1.0 should have them in the right spot. But you know how balance goes with these things, with live service products in particular. And similar to PoE 1, right? It's every single league we have balance changes. So it's one of those infinite tasks. That being said, I definitely don't want to add Uber boss content until we've felt like that's in a stable spot for sure. I actually went out of my way to play a number of kind of atrocious builds this league. Just like I picked literally the worst thing, the things that were being played the least, and I played them. And honestly, fighting those pinnacles with those characters was insanely difficult. And I was like, if we were to add content beyond this, it's just impossible. It's just not going to even be possible. It was actually like, and I played a good character as well, and I was just like, okay, we need to, we've got some work to do here before we go and create a bunch of content that a bunch of players will literally never be able to even achieve, even if they did everything right, because the character balance is, the low end is just not in the right spot at all, and honestly, the very, very top end, the top 1% kind of builds is not in the right spot either. So, once we get that, I'm hoping to be able to actually start, thinking about it.
Okay,
but I mean, the Wildwood will go towards making things harder, so rest assured.
Yeah. Some juicing potential there. There's been a few questions about the state of tablets, focusing on tablet management, trading, rolling them, the work that kind of goes into getting the modifiers that you want for your in-game farming strategies. You get it compared to things like scarabs, which have those set effects. So they've got that double whammy of like random modifiers and the limited uses. What do you like or not like about current tablet design? Is this something you're thinking about at all, or is this kind of the first time you've heard that brought up? How are you guys feeling about tablets overall there?
We've actually discussed it pretty in depth recently when talking about PoE 1 with respect to like the current state of endgame there, and talking about all of the changes we want to make around there and how it compares to PoE 2 and what parts do we like and not like. Personally, I really like the tablet, the mod rolling side of things. And what we've found is generally over time, there is at least an audience that are more aligned towards wanting determinism, and thus the mod rolling can get phased out. And I actually think that this has been a big part of the discussion where we're looking at this. I feel like by adding more determinism and removing these like random axes, the strategies end up becoming quite dull and then have to just be balanced around that determinism, and then they get neutered, and then you've just lost kind of everything because everything is all equal and everything's all balanced. And it's had that effect, like definitely it's had that effect as to where the fine line is between the kind of mod rolling and the determinism. I'd say that it's something we still have to kind of figure out, but I'm quite happy with how that is right now, where there's like some crazy stuff you can do, but it requires specific tablets with specific mods. And so, yeah, I immediately caught us. We were actually doing this for 055. I was like, all of a sudden I saw a bunch of the really spike modifiers getting kind of like people pushing to nerf this, nerf that, get this in line with the rest of the content. And I was like, let's not do that right now. I think there's one or two that like, okay, I understand the beyond reason, but I was like, let's pull back some of that because I want to actually reevaluate how much power you should be able to get out of these random modifiers as opposed to things that are just baseline always on. So yeah, there's still some evaluation to do there, but personally, I'm quite happy with it. I love that you get some tablets that are out of control and cause you to have, well, my recent demonstration, an army of sentinels or sentries following you around, adding runes to everything. We have some crazy stuff with the Expedition. I mean, the Expedition tablet mod is actually a lot larger and has a lot more spike stuff at the top, so I'm actually quite curious to see how people feel about that in the Forbidden Rights to see how that plays as well. We've tried to make sure that mod pool is larger than the other tablet mod pools to see if that is a something people resonate well with or not well with as well. So yeah, you can.
Okay.
Anyway, my point being, like, we still haven't quite. We're still discussing it, and we're still kind of testing some stuff with the tablets. And Forbidden Rights will reveal some of that. But ultimately, personally, I'm pretty happy with where it sits overall.
Awesome. Yeah, it's good to hear it's in discussion then. One thing I saw that was like maybe an easy win was to get bookmarks in for the in-game trade, because I think people use that for convenience when trying to trade this stuff, and being able to set those up and bookmark those would be pretty sweet.
Pretty sure that is a thing.
Ooh.
So
Yeah,
we have favorite trades and recent trades as two things that are internally, as of yesterday, implemented on PoE2.
Oh hell yeah! Awesome.
I think it was on gamepad and or console, and now it's on keyboard mouse as of yesterday internally, and that we should be able to get that into 055.
Yes, excellent, easy win. Good to hear. Well, I will let you folks go, and we've got a race to prepare for. To swap over to here in just a moment. Looking forward to casting out as the grand final of the qualifiers.
Yes.
Sure. So, thanks very much for joining me, Mark and Jonathan, for the Q&A here once again, and best of luck with the
Thank you
rest
very much
of
for
the
the hosting. It's always
What the hell
always
is
a
that?
pleasure to have you to ask the questions, and hopefully you guys enjoy the Duelist when you finally get to play it on December the 11th when the game comes out.
Look forward to seeing what you have in store for us at ExileCon as well. We'll see you
Yeah,
then,
absolutely.
maybe.
Well, there's certainly a lot
Thanks,
more
everyone.
stuff to announce. Yeah, thanks everyone.
Cheers,
See
thanks
you
again.
later.
Dude, but I... N-ai mă cum, că eu l-aveam... Ok. Îl aveam link-uit oricum. Anyway. Bun, dragilor. Cam asta a fost și live-ul. Nimic prea... Aie. Deci o să joc Gemlink. Patch-ul următor. Dacă nu se gândesc până la lansare să-i dea vreun debuff sau ceva, al doilea caracter să știți că o să fie Gemlink. Care mă gândesc că... Ce am râs! Level 100 mișcule, să faci, tati, să faci. E! Am zis. Cu condiția să nu-i dea vreun debuff. Nerfs, ceva. Da? Și dacă nu dai, o să-mi fac Gemlink Spark. Mare chestie. Să fac Warrior 100? Făceam, mă! Mă țin de cuvânt. Dacă am zis, am zis. Bă, nu contează și dacă știu și dacă nu știu, cuvântul e cuvânt. Știi? Stai puțin că oricum, până să apuc eu să fac vreun gambling, o să-mi trebuiască 4 mă rog, nu 4 ascendancy, ca să pot să-l fac pe Spark, o să-mi trebuiască split personality. Aha! Ca să pot să fac eu gambling, o să-mi trebuiască split personality? Tati meu. Așa. Care pică la The Raven Trickster. Da. Cam așa. Văd eu ce fac. Mă descurc eu. Să-l fac și pe ăla. Bun. Cu astea fiind zise, dragilor, ăsta a fost live-ul. Mișu al vostru vă pupă. Ne revedem tomorrow. Da, mai un minut. Ne vedem tomorrow. Qualify. Gemling joacă. Știu sigur că joacă Gemling. Claim. Păi și... Game account connected. Pă... Mă rog, Gemlin joacă mercenarii. Tura trecută s-a jucat mercenarii mult. Bine, și Hunter. Hunter e foarte OP și Hunter-ul.
Dacă ar exista niște ochelari care să te ajute să vezi gustul bun, ai luat doar de la Delaco. O să ne crezi? Dar mai bine testezi. Ia de la Delaco!
Twitch was offline. Repower drop. Drop broken? No.
Noul Iacob espresso concentrat. Deschide, mixează și savurează.
Two race ever.
Yes.
Originally a warrior player, swapping over to mercenary just recently, but then swapping over to huntress now. In the final week, a move of pure desperation, perhaps.
Oh no, Ziggy. No. I mean, okay.
Uite.
What do you
Let's
think?
introduce
Mercenary,
Shadow.
Hunter.
Bought him, right? A huge upset last week. He had an amazing race.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, didn't end up dying, and the tilt
Mercenary.
overcame him and was never really quite able to recover. People had some really insane times. But yeah, when it comes to Angormas, he's happy, man. He's really
Mâine
proud of
cred
the
că
times
intră.
that he's been having. He's PBing almost every day, you know. He's really destroying his previous runs. He's not just been happy with the RNG that he has had because
Sunt sigur că
Huntress does require slightly less of the RNG.
sunt curios dacă
But,
sar Devorer-ul.
also just he's improving. Even if he's not having good RNG, he is improving as he is dropping low,
Yeah, a bit
fighting
low on
one
Bureau
of
there.
the first bosses that we've seen before.
Yeah, I mean, we've had very well practiced mercenary from Angormas, and I will say Angormas's practices on Huntress have been even better, but still, it is the one that he doesn't have as much experience on it. And if there's any room for like some errors to occur and some little upsets to happen, you know,
Are șanse mari
more
Hunter-ul să
likely for him
câștige.
this week. But this is him pulling out all the stops, and I did actually ask him about his prep here, and this is what he had to say. He said, well, Thai 23 qualified in the last one in 2023, if I remember correctly. So I feel pretty
Depinde
confident
ce
about
noroc,
Huntress, and we'll see how it goes.
deși
So,
depinde și ce noroc ai pe
good point.
ce noroc de drop ai
Right?
pe mercenary.
Players were kind of slow to make that switch over to a seemingly superior class. So the fact that people are adjusting looks really good, but not everybody is convinced that Huntress is better. Again, whole new society, Woodish, they're sticking with it. And to give you guys a quick rundown of the rules, if you are new to these races, this will be the last qualifier for Exile Comp PoE2. And it is a fixie race, so everybody's got the same layout, everybody's got the same shrines, they have the same boxes and the type of box, and I believe the tier of the role as well, not necessarily the roles themselves. So we're trying to make it as even as possible, but obviously the rare monsters there and everything is still mostly randomized, which, yeah, we might be seeing some differences in players' performances depending on what kind of beast they're going to be getting in Act 3 and all that, but we'll get into it when we get there as our players are progressing over and already past the witch, picking up their flask and getting their support gem.
Whole new society in a little bit of a dangerous position here, as he did get very surrounded by just a huge amount of werewolves, but it's also a phenomenal train of XP for him to soak up there. So it manages to navigate
cel mai
things pretty
bun
well.
timp a jucat și la mercenary.
Angles, moving through the woods. Did have to backtrack a little bit, so maybe lost a bit of time, but gained a bunch of XP in the process. So nicely handled there by Whole New Society. It is cool to still see so many mercenaries starting this race, because when I saw Angormas swapping to Huntress, I was like, that's it, everyone's going to swap to Huntress. But I know that Crimson said he thinks Huntress is a little better, but he's better on mercenary, and for others it might be the same. Honestly, I think it's still so close enough that absolutely I think
Vezi că
you know, it could have been a mercenary.
Hunter-ul, Angormus, are 6 minute 30, are un minut peste. Are un minut în plus pus.
If they can keep that positive mental attitude and not have any early tap incidents or anything like that. But we saw Mercenary last week refine their strategy in Act 1 and 2.
Mercenary trebuie să facă level 31.
They were pushing to level 31 for the final run through the event. Whereas now they're pushing through at level 27, that early level, the same that the Huntresses are doing.
Da, de ce? De ce să facă level 31?
A bit more tenuous, but much faster. And we should see even more refinements this week. And if anyone had any secret strategies in their back pocket, any little extra bits and pieces that they were holding out for ExileCon, they're going to pull it out this week to get that qualifier slot, because it's all on the line this week.
Yes, and we also have an update for you guys. We are restarting the campaign for the Twitch drops. Unfortunately, there has been an issue, but you guys should be able to get it within 24 hours of beginning to watch now. So whenever you are watching Twitch on any of the Path of Exile channels, you should be able to get your drops eventually.
Excellent, good stuff. Yeah, you can blame Grand Theft Auto for that one. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, and also
level
just to highlight
31.
another rule that we typically would have covered before the race, but again, we are running into some issues. Things are going to be better now. The players don't just have to necessarily be number one in this qualifier, but also if one of the players who do qualify aren't able to participate at ExileCon, the second, so to say, best time from any of the races would be the one to qualify. Currently, that is Angormis with 2 hours, 2 minutes and 17 seconds, I believe.
Da, All New Society nici măcar nu joacă la timer.
If Whole New Society stuck around last week, he most likely would have beaten it. So I'm sure he's looking to redeem himself this time around for sure.
So 99% chance
Hunterul
that
poate
the
să
second
facă
place
level
player
27
today
și nu mai
is
poate.
the runner-up
Poate
that
să dea
will,
skip.
you know, have a potential chance of, you know, taking that slot. Yeah, if
Gen
anyone
pentru
can't
skill-uri, da.
go to ExileCon for any reason. So super important not only to try and secure that win there, but at least to try and secure that second place slot if you can. So that is an important one to keep an eye out for there. Moving into the Red Veil here, I have heard word that some changes for the Huntress in how they tackle this, doing the weapon piles in a slightly different order to try and pick the best spot to actually engage the Rust King, to spawn them in a different location, potentially, if it's got a better lane.
Gen pentru
You
XP.
can be like, okay, that one's a good one, let's actually leave that for last, because you can get around between those checkpoints really quickly, right? So that happened just with Angormis there, you know, he'd already discovered that point, but he's like, okay, that's obviously a really good spot to fight the Rust King right here. So he's going to obviously draw the Rust King into that tiny spot there for the Twisters.
Chuckle Coach going with the same strategy, so so cool to see that. It's
a
already
good
been so popularized to make these little adjustments that honestly...
Mamă, dar Audi și în față cu mult.
Huge difference, and you guys can see that.
A prins având ca lumea Audi.
66 cooldown, the rearming of the Twisters.
15 minute actul
able
întâi.
to deliver some devastating damage. It's not super crazy in Act 1. Twisters really ramp up when you get to Act 2 and forward, but even for Act 1, you have to use everything that you have access to. Angormis having already beaten his boss, doing a little bit of vendoring, and now with Chuckle Coach shortly behind. And Woodish, player who many are looking to potentially qualify, a Last Epoch legend, already in the Grim Tangle. An incredibly nasty zone for our players. We've seen many rips in this one. People are dying less and less every week, but still every now and then these zones that you take for granted, that you practiced 1,000 times, can be so difficult when all the things come together.
Woodish is definitely someone to keep an eye on. Previously unknown Path of Exile 2 racer, like you said, had done some excellent runs in Last Epoch, another action RPG, but now coming out of nowhere to drop some insanely competitive runs in these qualifiers. So obviously making a play for the final qualifier slot today.
Sunt curios dacă joacă la...
They definitely could have
joacă la taste sau la mouse.
Yeah, Woodish is super interesting because you can see that he is a speedrunner. He knows what to do as somebody who wants to get the fastest time. He's just not quite had enough time with PoE2 to be able to not die. So we've had some shaky runs, but when he looks good, he looks really good.
We also have Relicario on the Druid in the background as well, who we've seen a little bit of in some of the other races. And the only person we've really seen be competitive on the Druid, and here, we've got them up in the top left now on stream, Relicario has consistently had a really good start on the Druid. And that first time we saw them he was absolutely smashing it, but just had no defensive gear and ended up dying as a result. But
Mă
then
uit
he
la...
still runs
E
since then,
competiție pe
and honestly
PoE
making the
2.
druid look competitive, which is surprising because it's definitely not the favored class.
Cine,
to be, but
cine
still,
bate
there's that
bossul din
one-shot hope there for
actul...
people that like to see a little bit of
Ești
diversity in
pupat,
the
Ati.
classes on stage. So
Competiție, cine
I like to see
câștigă
it. I think the
are
gameplay is
totul
super
plătit
interesting as well, so it's
pentru
really cool to see that
Exalcom.
on the stream. We get to
And
see the
tricky stuff
spells,
too,
the
also.
volcano, and the shape.
Mamă, dar Udiș s-a dus, mâncați-și gura
Relicari
ta.
actually had to take the time to fight the rotten druid, which a lot of the huntresses
Optional.
and the mercenaries
Yeah.
skip. Yeah, it is optional. It does kind of depend on your drops. You are taking a risk if you potentially don't end up getting support gems later on. But it seems mandatory for the druid because, yeah, Relicari already found the exit and had to go back to the checkpoint and find the druid. It is pretty good, like Ziggy mentioned, with the volcano. You do have to channel it for quite a bit of time, and the boss moves around, which makes it a little bit tricky, but Relicario once again showcasing that druid can be competitive in the right hands.
It works though, and that damage can be very good. Actually, some of the best single target damage on the right bosses there. Outside of the later twisters where they get obscene. We had Wudish get a Lazuli ring, iron ring though for Angormus, a little bit better. He immediately transmutes it for some attributes, which doesn't hurt. The Huntress in particular needs a bit of everything. They need intelligence, some of those like spirit skills, I believe, and they need a bit of strength and dexterity as well for defensive gear. All that stuff is important for them, but 2 attributes is not that much. So maybe something. Oh, I didn't see what went on the ring there. I don't know if it was damage. You want to try and get those damage rolls on those rings if possible. The rings and the gloves are a great source of damage, and they help
mult o să...
not very good
Bine.
RNG too. If you get a bit of damage on those items.
Ce damage o să aibă druidul în
late?
late?
Going okay, so an important thing to do for sure.
A Lazuli for Relicario, he doesn't even pick it up, then he runs back for it. I'm not sure.
Oh, maybe just a little bit of sweaty palms there. Maybe the pressure of the.
Bine, că poți să facă stacking și de Chaos cu Physical, cu Vine cu Chaos.
I wonder if he could have maybe moved on a little bit earlier, but you know, XP is also a giant factor. We will be tracking how our players are progressing, but with our players killing Tavakai, as this is a Tavakai race, I guess we forgot to kind of mention that.
Yes, we're so rushed to this one. We forgot. By the way, this race is Act 5 Tavakai kill, in case you didn't know.
Yes.
Yeah, what's the objective of this race? Get through and kill Tavakai.
Dar nu face actul în 15.
Detail. Oh, Relicario going very low, having a lot of trouble with this rare monster there. Oh, they do block projectiles.
Uite Relicario. Sus în colț.
Gem drop. So that's a random gem plus the guaranteed one.
A prins avânt Relicario.
Which that can be a big deal because that saves
Druid.
In the end, maybe didn't need to do the rotten druid because.
Or maybe he can skip something later.
Yeah,
I think it still can be good.
Thing, right? It's like that lets you do something earlier or skip something.
There have been so many different iterations of these caster setups for our players, and most of the time they perform incredibly well in Act 1 and then end up falling off due to some unfortunate deaths later on. But I mean, it was the same case for Huntress for a very long time, where players thought that it wasn't a class that was viable because people would die so much. There is a 2.5-minute death timer, and depending on the sort of boss that you're doing, that might really extend because the bosses do end up resetting if you die. So it is pretty brutal if you do end up dying, but that's not something that's going to be happening for Woodish, hopefully, as he's already killed his Asinia. Wow, nice quick burst there towards the end.
Yeah, you'll notice the
Bine, Woodish oricum e
advantage in this early game stage of generating rage in bear form with those swipes to get that big bonus, more attack damage, and then using those in between those grenade cooldowns. Later on, you don't really have room for that. You've got other things you want to do. But a nice little early game tactic to enhance that damage on these early bosses. And Woodish getting, I believe, that first kill there on Asinia. Now with Relicario just starting out, we should see some good damage on Relicario. Asinia is a bit more stationary and eats a fair bit of that volcano damage. So you can see that damage on the volcano is really good and just super consistent. Yeah, look at that damage there. Yeah. That health bar is just getting obliterated. And then, for comparison, we have Angormus on the Twister, which this is a pretty decent spot for Twister, but it actually has to bounce off that wall and then come back and bounce and hit her again. She's too close to that wall in the to the hole to bounce off of that, but nonetheless, Angormus still getting a reasonably fast kill there.
Are ceva frizuri, am văzut. Bine, sper să fie doar pe stream.
Freeze and chill there, that's a big one, and finishes her off with that. So nice kill, Chuckle Coach. just slightly behind.
Bun.
Similar sort of positioning there. And gets his kill smoothly there at the end too. Very nice to see as pretty much everyone there.
And a unique item for Angormus and for Shackle Coach. For Angormus, it was a bow. For Shackle Coach, it was a belt. Some more potential there for Shackle, especially this early on where our players don't really have anything. You can see for Relicario, he's kind of messing around with the chest piece. He's trying to avoid the movement speed penalty of having the chest piece equipped, but that's also, you know, kind of a risky strategy early on as you are just super duper vulnerable and it's very easy to die. So you're always trying to min-max your mobility versus your defenses. And you can also spot that our players are doing a lot of the league mechanic. It's a very important component of speedrunning in the current meta of PoE2, as it grants a lot of XP, some guaranteed rewards in very specific zones that our players are going to have to go for, and then also the random runes and currencies are very beneficial long-term. Man, I gotta say, an impressive amount of optimization coming up from Relicario these early stages. But yeah, you can see that, honestly, the defenses are just such a big deal for these casters. And yeah, Relicario taking full advantage of every tool that he has available for himself right now. Reaches his boss and Woodish halfway through his Draven, I believe being the first one to get there.
Yeah, pretty good kill so far on Draven there. It was actually Angormus got the bow. It's a Widow Hail, which is an interesting one. He probably vendors it, but I have actually heard that if you get a Widow Hail, there is an obscenely fast strategy that can be pivoted to. But with Angormus only having done a week of Huntress practice, I don't know if Angormus has practiced for that edge case scenario. I can't imagine he would have, right? But apparently there is something that some races have mentioned, like, oh, this is what was said to me one time, was like, oh, you just wait and see if someone gets a Widow Hail drop. I'm like, oh, man. So,
yeah, I've heard about it, but we just haven't seen it.
Yeah, we've never seen it before, so I've never seen.
Dar vezi că Relicario nu-i departe.
But I just can't imagine that Angormus has practiced for that, because that's such an edge case
Well, the
scenario.
thing is too, you know, if this was the first qualifier, second, maybe even third, I can see it. But like, if you think that you're good enough to qualify for ExoCon, do you need to take a risk? Do you need to?
Yeah, and he definitely is good enough to qualify just off of a regular run here. Relicario with an insanely fast kill on Lachlan there.
Atâta doar că nu prea are gear.
Early bosses, especially those bigger and more
Adică are decât
Angormus pulling Lachlan into this little narrow area there. Obviously gives you a little bit less room to reposition, but they're actually pulling them into this exit section here where you get really good twister bounces. Lachlan gets frozen there in the doorway, so he's not able to pull him any further, but it's not as good necessarily, but it still does the job, and you get those nice twister bounces, big damage, and you're right there at that doorway as well, on top of that. Picking up a little bit of extra loot there.
Our players making it look easy. It is
mă gândesc și eu,
very
domnul.
easy for Lachlan to slam you in this position whenever he isn't frozen, and we've seen some players die while trying to rush this boss in previous races. But everybody is going to make it through successfully. Relicario, Woodish progressing nicely through their zone, looking to kill Crowbell and get those additional skill points. Gonna make a quick pit stop for another, I believe, support gym.
O să cunoască foarte mult la mapping acum, cine o să facă mapping-ul cel mai rapid și mai bun.
Managed to get himself some gloves with +1 to all melee skills and a little time.
Cred că joacă contagios cu Vine. Dar, de fapt, nu, n-are Vine, am scos Vine-ul.
Honestly, a pretty good start here for Angormus on the.
Joacă full contagious.
So, pretty what you're looking for there. I know he had some good. He said he had like a 28-minute act 1 with no movement speed, so hopefully on pace to even beat that.
Speră la damage ăla în plus pentru.
That's a big deal.
Cred că vrea să scoată mai mult din chaos damage.
Especially as PoE2 racing is still kind of in its infancy. People have been doing it for quite a while, but it just takes so long to develop these strategies. The metas are always changing. But yeah, for PoE1, that was a big deal, that people weren't just performing well whenever they had good RNG runs. They were performing well whenever they had the bad runs. Ty23 called this the garbage can strategy.
Adevărul că startul la 3 e destul de ok la druid. La mercenari.
And yeah, Angormus being super happy with even some of his like slower runs but more consistent definitely showcases that it's a pretty good approach, that you don't need to take these big risks to come out triumphantly here. And he's in a good spot right now for sure.
Woodish has a pretty decent set of gear at the start going here. A little bit of extra damage on the gloves. Nothing really to write home about on the jewelry, but did manage to pick up some movement speed. But thankfully has managed to secure a decent sturdy crossbow. So at level 23, at level,
Da, are movement
at
speed.
level 10, they can swap. You can swap straight over to that and get a nice big damage boost. So that's sitting there waiting in his inventory for him. So already set up for that one.
Nice.
Exactly what you want.
For sure. Shackle Coach taking his time, or rather Crowbell taking his time with a little bit of RP. Most of our players already made it past it. And Relicario, again, looking so good.
N-a activat waypoint-ul.
Potentially the first person to enter.
Dacă moare...
Again, we will be showcasing you guys different checkpoints where our players are going to be reaching different times.
Da, dacă moare, deja respawn acolo, da.
But yeah, in Act 1, things are a little bit tricky. There is so much micromanagement. They have to commit to how much XP you have and where you're getting. You have to hit these XP breakpoints to be able to progress nicely. We've seen players get out of Act 1 sooner and sooner. It used to be level 14 for Mercenary. Now it's much earlier. And in general, people are getting less levels. And they're just trying to get to Tavakai more quickly than it was before. The loot pickup is going to be quite troublesome for Woodish, really struggling to do that there. Again, throwing it back to Tie 23. I remember when he mentioned that picking up a transmute, he fumbled it for like one click, and that was a very difficult moment for him. So hopefully that's not the case for Woodish. And he's not going to get tilted by that.
It seems like a tiny thing, but yeah, just having that, like, kind of my hands are a little bit cold and fingers don't seem to quite be cooperating. Yeah. I can't quite click the thing that I'm trying to pick up, and you get knocked over by a monster a little bit. It's like...
Potentially, it's really going to throw you off. You're going to think to yourself, I suck, I can't do this. Those questions and doubts really can seep in. Nice attack speed gloves for Angormus. I'm not quite sure.
Are plus 1 mili.
For a second, so there was some thought there, but...
yeah, I wasn't quite sure, but ultimately stuck with that +1 levels. Obviously, a very good thing to have on your gloves. Plus, they have a nice bit of resistant life too, so nice all-rounder gloves, even if lacking a bit of fight damage. But yeah, we've seen races times get consistently faster and faster each week, as is always the case. Before, they were struggling to kind of get down below that 2:05 mark. And then, you know, we had LHD finish last week with 1 hour and 56 minutes and 17 seconds. So obviously very fast. Yeah. And players, the competitive players, are consistently getting sub 2 hours now. So Act 5 Tavakai in 2 hours. That's pretty fast.
It's important to highlight that, because when Ziggy says 2:05, yeah, he doesn't mean 2
hours. Ideea e că sunt și multe hărți pe viitor care o să conteze foarte mult.
Not a journalist.
Te scoate foarte mult mapping-ul. Cât de norocos ești la mapping.
And yeah, they are going to be severely under level.
După ce bați chimera și ajungi la templu acolo, o să cunoască acolo cine face mapping-ul mai rapid. Și cât de norocos e. Pe lângă, mă rog, multe altele.
That top 4 slots, they shuffle quite a bit here in this early act.
Bine că urmăresc, stai doar pe margini, dar nu e mereu pe margini.
6th place on those times, so he is running a little slower than some others there. Relicario might be the first one based on just what we can see on stream, but I don't know if there's anyone faster currently yet.
Nu dați censiune, vorbesc. După ce bați chimera, trebuie să bați...
Oh, 23, back on the stream once again. 23 was a racer who came out of nowhere and had some insanely good runs earlier, but we also just didn't see them much last week, I don't think, right?
23, 1, 3, 1, 1, 2, 4. Okay.
Some very, very fast Huntress runs, but
level
a little bit towards the end of some of the races.
I think we weren't able to showcase him as much. He did end up getting the second best time with 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 43 seconds. So 23, definitely another Chinese player that might be able to qualify. Honestly, this race is just so stacked. There's so many people who have had demigods and previous incredible placements. So it is kind of difficult to keep track with just 4 screens, but you guys can always look to the right whenever we do have this view and get an idea. Currently, 23 will be the first person to kill the Executioner, and then Kiom is actually going to be rank 2 for now. Again, keep in mind that maybe somebody sacrificed some XP, so nothing is set in stone at all here. but with how close things were, especially last week in Act 1 and 2, I think this is going to shuffle quite a lot as we currently catch Relicario using that volcano to take down his Executor.
There we go. The Executor goes down with the big damage from Relicario. Also taking advantage of that Essence Drain, that Contagion action there to spread that damage around to all the packs. Nice spellcaster strategy that we've seen. We've even seen Mercenaries use it in previous races. With Relicario taking full advantage of all these different archetypes and bringing them together in the Druid play. The Druid play is just so cool. Like how everything gets brought.
Am înțeles că cel mai rapid timp de a terminat actul 1 sunt 32 de minute sau 31 de minute. The fastest clear.
I do not know how this race is going to go. Right until the end, and even then, you never know.
If you guys do take a look at Chuckle Coach's cam, it is because we're using the spectator tool. You might notice that sometimes it seems like he's a little bit AFK or something like that. No, he's just interacting with the UI, and that's not something that we're going to be able to show to you guys. So he's not lagging, he's not having any problems. It is just the limitation of the tools that we have available.
Yeah,
Chuckle Coach progressing very quickly.
Yes, thankfully the game does pause when you're on the passive screen, so you don't get slammed by the executioner. And the races definitely take advantage of those pauses. Some big whirlwind bounces.
Oh, 23!
Is that down. Oh, to the boss. Oh, we'll have a clip for that in just a moment. That is a surprise there. I mean, I don't think we've seen that.
I mean, it's not a surprising boss to die to. It can be very tricky if you do commit to a little bit too much.
Slash-urile alea.
Yeah, the reason why you do this boss is for the extra HP. You want to be safe later on.
Mamă, 2 minute.
He dies to it? I mean, again, it is easy to die to this boss, but people have practiced so much.
Dangerous.
He must have just pushed his boundaries a little bit too hard.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what exactly went wrong there. If it was just a straight up misplay or something weird happened, because we have seen some weird stuff. Like last week, we saw someone die to Doriani's hand flamethrower. I didn't even know that did damage, and yet we got someone one shot by it.
That was a crazy rip. Yeah,
crazy things can happen in the races. So we'll see that replay in just a moment. But meanwhile, Kiom, who has been running very fast on the Huntress, takes the top slot. Kiom used to be a Ranger player more so, but the transition over to Huntress seems to have gone quite well for them. So it's good to see them in the running here once again. But we can probably queue up that replay now, production, if you've got it ready, and see what exactly went wrong.
Wait. Kiom is doing Candlemass, so we can get an idea.
Let's see how it goes for Kiom first.
Yeah, so you get an idea of how the fight should look like, hopefully, not caster cursing whatsoever.
Yes.
So
the parry on the default attack there. Obviously, that gives you that opportunity to either consume that parry or, in this case, more so, boost that damage for that 50% more damage taken. And not even a problem there. Just, this is how you want things to go on Candlemass, obviously.
Clean.
Nice, clean kill for Kiom. Fully taking advantage of everything there and barely even moving and doing it comfortably. All right, let's have a look then. We've got Woodish taking it on, Mercenary able to take advantage of those grenades there as well. But in the meantime, 23's unfortunate upset early on in the race here. And there's a painful sting of irony to this because it's the boss you kill for that safety buffer of health, that little bit of extra health so you don't die to Tabakai. We're on the way to Tabakai, but...
just a clean
instant.
Just swiped there. 200 life, no fire res, and that hurts right there. Yeah, just
Candlemass is easy to dodge, but if he hits you hard. And 23 learns a painful rest.
Bă, urât la aia.
Still can recover, for sure.
Dar 1 minut jumate i-a pus un handicap mare.
This is where everyone has died, so we'll see how that one plays out. It's an early one to recover from if they can keep that mindset under control, but obviously that's going to help your mental attitude for sure. That's not going to help your mental attitude having that death there.
Maybe it will, Maybe he's going to get really angry. He seems of real despair, but he's going to lock in, get real pissed off at himself, and that's going to give him that Super Saiyan power.
The rage power. Yeah, the rage lock in. Maybe. Yeah. Hopefully. I'd love to see it. I appreciate a comeback king. Someone being a bit of an underdog is always a winner in my books. All right. Relicario realizing is not the right direction.
Interesting look. Look at that positioning from Shackle Coach. Oh, he pulls in between the little.
That worked well. That was really.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah. Like the corner angle there, basically maximizing the chance you're gonna get a bounce back. And the
synchronized boss entry for Kiom and Relicario. We're going to be seeing some of our first Geonors.
And if it's anything like some of the previous races we've seen for Relicario, we're going to see some impressive volcano damage, as long as Geonor doesn't move too much.
Woodish is right there too, so yeah, everybody's praying right now and trying to optimize their strategy to avoid that pesky poetry phase. But first, they got to deal with phase 1. And let's see who can come out ahead with Relicario.
One here, then Druid. The target is a bit smaller. It's hard to get that volcano under them. Relicario's got Geonor in a decent spot here at least to keep him somewhat static. And then obviously you already have Geonor in the center of the arena. If you don't know, if you keep Geonor in the center of the arena in phase 2, you won't actually go into a poetry phase. It's not easy to do, but it can help. Oh, Relicario going a little low there. You've got this little phase. To throw out a few extra abilities. That's what we want to be, Relicario. He's alright. He's out of range. He's okay.
And that's an attack that some of you guys might have noticed in the announcement for swords. And that we recently watched. Pretty cool stuff.
We'll be able to use that in the future. It'll be exciting. So Kion moving into phase 2 first there. And Gormus having... wait, hold up. And Gormus having an excellent Geonor kill here. We just substitute Angormus in here to see that he's caught back up. And he's almost done.
He can do it.
Yeah, the Meteor Slam and positions it right back in the middle of the arena. And,
vai, ce bine l-a prins Udish. Vai de capul meu, uite ce îi face Udish.
That was amazing.
Vai, că a intrat în face.
A little bit behind, so still his damage is not quite there. With the poetry phase.
Bă, dar Angrumis... Stai mă, ce a făcut Angrumis?
To the side of the arena and then immediately into a poetry phase. It's like the moment he gets out of position, it's just like poetry phase.
You hate to see
Bam.
it.
Yeah.
Because it also
he's the only
one.
You
can keep doing damage as it's happening, so you're always like, please, you're trying to get it. And then when you don't get it, it's the worst.
Nope.
N-am fost atent la...
Although, you know, I like to see the ring around the rosy kind of with the just doing the rolls around, because I'm always like, this, you know, those ads are a pain to manage in that as a regular player. I'm going to do that from now on. That just running in wolf form around the ring. It works well.
Yeah, that was effective for sure. But Relicario has already made it past his Geonor as well, and now on to the Hyena boss with some quick layout reads from our players. And let's see what they can get.
Fell behind a little bit in mid-act 1 there. It was possible that he was just taking a little bit of XP or had a slightly slower portion there.
Yeah.
But it all changed at the boss there, as he is confirmed first into Act 2.
Ce noroc a avut
A little
Angrumis.
bit of a lead on Angormus here, and he is indeed the first to get to Wrathbreaker, so no loss of time here in this, in clearing this zone. He has a perfect read through it and over to Wrathbreaker. Races did have to relearn this zone a little bit, as I think the layout changed a little bit in the recent patch, but it seems like they're not having any troubles with it, from what I can see.
Tot a prins avânt.
Maybe Kion
Angormus tot
heading over to the league mechanic from the looks of it.
Angormus tot e în avans.
Angormus' Wrathbreaker kill going well so far. Landed the freeze comfortably earlier, and keeping Wrathbreaker positioned at the apex there, but it's too close to the wall to get the twister bounces, so this is just kind of like raw, kind of slow and steady. No bonus damage to speak of here. It's safer, but if you do get him further away, you can get that bonus damage, but then you start to contend with the guys up on the hill throwing spears down at you, and that obviously makes the fight a lot more dangerous. We just got some nice big grenade hits there, big shock grenade crit or something, doing some big damage, and Wrathbreaker goes down, and he starts clearing up some walls to take that loot and get out of there. Nothing too important from Woodish from the loot there, it looks like. Kiom also going for the safe approach at the apex here. Obviously, so if you stand right at the apex as Kiom was doing there, you'll see that the hyenas down the bottom, they don't actually come around to you. So you don't have to deal with the ads there at the same time as well. So that's the safest way of doing it. And you're not having spears thrown at you either. So Kiom gets a pretty fast kill there, despite not really taking any bounce damage. Maybe just a good weapon for Kiom from looks of it.
A lot of players play pretty safe on this boss, as it is right before you drop the Frost Nexus and you make some switches with your gems, and you start to become really powerful on the Huntress, but the level 16 weapon, it's going to be coming up soon also for the Mercenary, so a huge power spike potentially if RNG is with you this day.
You know, I'm cutting all the gems, and I love like fast, confident menuing on races.
Mamă,
and
relicadul rămâne...
gems
Yeah.
right there was just
A
like,
rămas o
so
leacă
smooth.
în
You love to
spate.
see it. I remember analyzing some of the races back in the Path of Exile 1 days where they would
Cam mult.
hover their mouse cursor on the load screens in the correct position to like click the vendor as soon as it happened, as soon as they loaded in. It's like, yeah, I love that sort of stuff.
Boy,
Those, like,
Relicario
micro-optimizations.
struggling a little bit with that smaller life flask. Relicario regenerating slowly, will be full HP now, but the panic clicks result in no charges left or very little, but the boss will go down.
A little bit close there, closer than you want. We have seen Wrathbreaker deaths in the past, but not this time, it appears, as Relicario does manage to get through there. And
Is that a rare varnish crossbow? I think that was a rare varnish crossbow for Relicario, so not something that he will be able to utilize. He does still ID it, of course. He's going to be probably rendering it for the additional gold. We have seen some players switch over to grenades in like season 2 and 3 from other caster setups. I don't think any of that is happening.
Yeah, we had like grenade witches and stuff going on. Everyone was playing grenades for a little bit there. Those grenades are very...
We will, however, be seeing some adjustments to the caster, especially in regards to the single target setup that is yet to come as we get rid of him with Luxian, another super prominent player, progressing now through the quarry.
Yeah, Luxian on the Huntress moving up into that top 4 slot, and production is like, not the fastest, get off the stream. Production once
maybe
again.
we can take a look at the ladder, how we're looking in terms of time, how close it is right now. We are still a little bit away from the boss. Maybe we can pay closer attention to Angormus, especially here. So Angormus in the lead for entering the Mountain Quarry, with Woodish 18 seconds behind, Kiom 37 seconds behind, and Shackle Coach 83. So he is in there, but still a little bit away. But an impressive run so far from Shackle Coach. Super
Level 13, level 13.
We've got 2 distinct packs at the moment. We've got those top 3 kind of really close together right now.
Ricardo
And then
level
those bottom 3, that's 4, 5, and 6 positions, forming their own little pack, just tailing behind, still
Chacal în spate cu un level.
That 1 minute range at this point changes very quickly from zone to zone, especially as you get differences in how
Deși nu are nevoie că e pe Hunter.
whether they get some nice packs in the zone and take full advantage of that, whether they adjust accordingly to differences in the race seed. All these races are looking at this stuff, and you know, it can play out a little bit different each time. But so far, we've got a real nice run for Angormus.
Act 2 is the final act where you really have to pay attention to your XP so much, so that is a very, very important element. The players are constantly trying to min-max here. And yeah, a big part of that is the league mechanic, as you are seeing it for Kiom and Luxian. Everybody's trying to do it, and you can see some of the gameplay. Ooh, movement speed boots and some rare mods for Angormus. Not going to be equipping those boots just yet, but eventually might be something beneficial for him.
Sad news.
And yeah, another aspect of that.
23 just suffered a death in the background. I don't think we'll have a clip of that since they went on stream at the time, but that probably puts the final nail in the coffin for 23's attempts this race, most likely. Possibly rattled by that first one. Suffers another death in the background. Possibly to like Wrathbreaker or something like that, maybe at this point.
Needed to go full Goku, and he went full Vegeta. Unfortunate stuff for 23.
Deep cuts there, Rose. Deep childhood cuts.
I'm old. Sorry.
Jonathan, mie chiar îmi plac clasele melee. Le ador. Dude.
Vegeta? Like the seasoning? Yeah, guys. Well, we do have our players heading over to Rudra.
Chiar sper ca am în minte ca și clasele melee să devină problema cea mai mare. Da, mă, da, e.
Is because the more mobs you kill, the more loot you get. And it's very important that you get good resistances, you get good loot, you get good items that will allow you to min-max your defenses and your offenses for Act 3 and Act 4, as players will primarily be using the talisman to get through those zones as quickly as possible, get to those bosses, and kill them, sometimes even 20, 25 levels under the zone. But we have yet to get there. An Exalted Orb for Angormus, And yeah, that currency is going to be super important, as our players will be slamming as much gear as possible.
Nu e muncă, nu e...
And suffixes in some cases.
Moncul devine bun abia târziu. Să stai ca...
Physical damage crossbow there, and a really nice set of damage rolls on one of those rings too. And you're seeing that in play here now.
Moncul ca să devină... Să facă față, trebuia să, pe lângă faptul că îi lua mai mult timp, îl ajuta mult Ascendancy-ul. Nu știu dacă făcea față fără Ascendancy. Că nu-l ajută skill-urile. Mă, nu știu dacă murea, dar...
For them both there. But yeah, it looks like Rudish taking the lead there, taking down Ruja just 11 seconds.
Îi lua mult timp.
So slight shuffling in the pack there. Rudish and Gormas competition heating up.
Shackle Coach trying to keep up. You can see the difference in the levels, but you have to take a look at the checkpoint, right? Oh, actually, there we go. Shackle Coach, 34 seconds behind. And he will be the third person to kill Rugia, so catching up significantly from that 80-second difference that we saw before. Nicely done.
Level 14 on Rugia, though, is 2 levels behind what Gormas and Hyom do it.
That can't be real.
Yeah, just hit 15, so maybe, like, at this point, maybe a level behind. So might have to take some extra XP there, or it might have just been just the end of that level, maybe, in the difference between, say, Shackle and Luxion. So maybe just a little bit behind on XP. Something to keep an eye on. Might have to grab a little bit of XP extra in some of these zones coming up here.
But he was 14 entering Quarry. There's no way he didn't get a singular level in 2 zones. I mean, I guess it could be a part of his strategy. We're gonna have to wait and see. He does look very aggressive with those twisters.
Yeah, I mean, twisters are really good for soaking up XP, but sometimes maybe you have like a really good zone read on a slightly shorter zone seed, and you don't get as many mobs, or maybe someone runs into a champ pack that you don't, and ends up being a bit different to your practice. So you need to account for all this stuff on the fly as a racer, and if you start to fall behind a little bit, it can be a big problem, because the racers really want to be hitting certain breakpoints for certain zones to maintain, the fact that they're not getting like a too big an XP penalty, because that ramps up really quickly as you get more and more underleveled.
Yeah, just 1 level difference can make all of the difference. And
absolutely.
Once you start falling behind, there's really no recovering from it in a speed run. So it is a fixed seed race, but the champs and the blue mobs are still going to be random. So our players are always trying to account for that. But a pretty tight race so far. Nicely progressed. A winged spear drop for Shackle Coach. He's not going to be picking it up. His inventory, he's struggling. Another aspect of racing that is just so challenging.
And Gormas with a high 90-something%, 97 or something percent IPD roll on the spear there. It needs exalting maybe for an extra prefix.
Nice.
But could be an absolute clean
Woodish
shot
a
on the spear
revenit.
for Gormas there.
Woodish first person to enter Halani Gates, but Gormas is not far behind whatsoever.
Oh yeah. Right behind. So Woodish and Gormas competition here looking very spicy. Quick reset there for Angormas, I think, to actually, what was that one for? Not sure.
Could be the NPC getting stuck. Sometimes in the zone, you go a little too fast, and the NPC gets stuck, and you gotta go for that reset.
Encounter
So
a bit faster there. Yep.
Yeah, if you guys are having that issue, that might be something that you might want to go for. But yeah, with our players, I mean, sometimes they also reset for mobs. It does respawn the mobs, and that's another potentially important, either beneficial or detrimental element of resetting some of the zones.
Oddly enough, Angormas is currently using the worst of 2 winged spears. Like, pretty clear cut. Oh, he might need the strength on the current one, maybe. I don't know. It doesn't seem like he would. He's got a strength amulet. It doesn't seem likely. It might just be a slight misread on the... It's only a small difference in the end, like a 10% IPD. But yeah, he's got a slightly worse spear on right now. He's got 2 winged spears. One with, if you include the rune, that's like got 70-something%. The other one's got 90%, so... And there's basically no other difference.
M-am dus la toaletă, mă întorc, l-ați pornit.
Might have just done a shuffle there as well.
Optimizing his inventory, so
he's got multiple spears to potentially craft, so 2 winged spears there. The better one is 19%, but it only has a 1 open prefix, so A good exalt though could make all the difference on that one. You land a big flat physical. That's exactly what you want in the Huntress. Big physical damage for that bonus
Look
damage
at
from
that.
nice tip arrows.
Shackle Coach up to Jamanra.
Ow.
He's just blasting.
Woodish and
I mean, he
enormous.
has to. He has to be struggling with levels.
Flying. Yeah, that does read to me like maybe falling behind on levels and then skipping a bit too much. I don't know. We might have to have a look at that XP breakdown, because Shackle Coach just jumping ahead like that all of a sudden makes me a little suspicious that something else is being sacrificed, right?
He is 5th on XP. The ladder does take a minute to update. With Woodish, to give you guys a reference, being level 19 at this stage of the game. You can still afford to be a little bit behind like this at this stage, but he's taking out a loan, and
yes, he's taking out a loan against his future here. I'm a little bit worried that the interest repayments are going to be a bit too much for him moving forwards. But yeah, jumping ahead there.
We are back.
2 levels behind almost. It's definitely concerning.
Got a frame.
Nonetheless, Shackle Coach does move through the Desert Sandstorm breakpoint there. 18 seconds ahead of Woodish. But at what cost? Meanwhile, Angormus dealing with the end of the German Ra fight here.
For everybody but one player. Woodish apparently with a sure-footed sigil amulet drop. So a very powerful, unique item.
How has this amulet shown up so much in these qualifier events? I feel like we almost never saw it in previous races, and then all of a sudden we've had like 3 or 4 of them drop in the qualifiers. This amulet is one of the best uniques to get in these speedrunning races.
Ce-a prins Woodish?
Sure-footed sigil gives you +1 meter to dodge roll range, which is just insanely strong for speedrunning. Makes things safer and significantly faster, especially running around in Wolf, because players are already just running normally in Wolf form and then dodge rolling constantly. Because it's almost as fast as sprinting and way safer. But with sure-footed sigil, it's actually faster and, again, even safer. So that's a big drop for sure. And we usually see players start to speed ahead a little bit and getting something like that.
And you
so
can
it's
see
a big one. Woodish.
And you can see that damage coming out from Kiom pretty much immediately killing his Jamanra. So
yeah, Kiom's got
the
so much
majority of
damage.
the tools are already available for Huntress players, and this is where they're really going to start getting ahead. But staying alive is still a major element, as Woodish, with that amulet, will be the first person to enter the bone pits. Nicely done by him. Man, I'm so happy to see Shackle Coach still hanging on, but he might be first on the progression, but if you take a look at those levels, it is looking scary. We cannot emphasize this enough.
I'm hoping you can make it work. Yes, but
I hope so
the longer
too.
you go with this problem building up a little bit more and a little bit more each zone, the longer it takes to correct. Like, it just becomes exponentially longer to catch up the further and further that XP falls behind. So he's ultimately, unless he's got a new strategy, he's going to be trying to hit 27 the same as all the other Huntresses. And, that's going to end up taking like a couple minutes if you fall too far behind there. So
maybe
I'm hoping he can make it work. Because I love to see him
He
here.
might have some super YOLO strategy, Maybe he's thinking, you know what? All the mercenaries are getting less and less levels. Might as well send it on the Huntress. People always talk about how, a weapon's beneficial, but it's not like super duper important.
Yeah, let's go.
Deși Woodish are level 19, ok.
He's just gonna full send it.
Let's do it. I'm checking out.
To give you guys an
Keon's
idea.
gear. Oh yeah, go ahead.
The
Russ.
boss to give you guys an idea, the boss that they have to kill is level 53. So when we're talking about, a level 27 character killing Tavakai, that's already a pretty significantly under-leveled character. But yeah, who knows? Maybe it's gonna get crazier. I believe this is the boss that killed Shackle Coach last week.
Oh yeah, it was when we got
going to be claiming his
flattened by the mammoth against the wall. It was brutal, that one. That was a really savage death. But look, he took his revenge this week. That was a good
And he was
kill.
talking
Really
shit
nice
too.
Positioning. He was talking
You can
shit.
see him mouthing something. He's talking shit to the Mastodon. Yeah, get out of here.
That's how you do it. Good stuff. Getting some revenge there. Well earned there, really well. Maybe got in and did some practice runs on that boss specifically after the upset last week, because that was a really brutal death. Definitely would be the one that would get to you. But I'm just spying in on Keom's gear, because we've been seeing some really good damage out of them, and we do indeed have a really nice wing speed with high physical damage and attack speed. But the gloves are beautiful, really high physical and lightning damage. Excellent stuff. Big lightning damage on one of the rings, and then a nice physical roll on the other ring. Just all that damage. And we actually got like a Dark Defiler It's a unique
Okay.
scepter, which is
Something is.
gain 5 chaos damage per undead minion, and it gives you the skeleton warriors, so a bit of bonus damage from that.
Oh, okay. Well, Woodish's gear's gotta be crazy because he really destroyed Kabbalah there. That was really fast, so he is progressing at a ridiculous pace.
I love this like real confident roll grenade from Woodish. The pathing in the pack clear looking super smooth there. Taking some key grenade nodes, about to hit that big grenade node there. Absolutely crucial ones for the mercenary. They had to make some sacrifices, and some mercenaries going for different strategies. But in going that level 27 strategy they're doing now, but most of them going for the big damage. And Gormus getting one of the boss kills a little bit early there, but still manages to freeze the second boss before any enrage became a big issue for them, and get that kill down after a slight delay building up for that second barrage.
Lost
But
City
how is
for
it panning
Woodish.
out?
A Thawing Charm, nice. Potentially something that could prevent a reset or even save him from a death. So we need to
Woodish
go back for that.
taking the lead once again off of Shackle Coach. 19 seconds ahead on the Urbala first step there, with Luxian being 81 seconds and Gormus falling back down to 120 seconds. So a full 2 minutes behind Woodish at this point. That's big. That is big. I'm gonna have
She's
to...
level 20 already.
Yeah, that's a big part of that as well. No sacrifices being made there. Woodish is on pace with a very nice mercenary run. Things going very well. So we know about that. Once I load in, I can take a look at that gear there. But obviously we know about that. Oh, the big drops for Woodish, but I think the rest of the gear was looking pretty good too. Might be like an Angormus-esque looking run here. We know that I believe it was in week 2 or 3, Angormus had just an obscene race in terms of RNG. Just everything going absolutely right. But then died towards the end of the race and threw it all away by 1 death's worth of time.
Yes.
So it was a big upset for Angormus, and he's been trying to claw his way back into a qualifying spot ever since then.
Yeah, I think that was the second one, and yeah, if he wouldn't have died, he potentially could have taken that one, but it is still the qualifying time that players have to beat in case somebody can't participate or can't come to ExileCon. So he's looking to either beat that time or have nobody else beat it, maybe some PvP action. Who knows?
The gear's looking fairly solid. Nothing like super crazy, but a pretty good varnished crossbow there with some nice 72 IPD and 2 to 7 fizz. Pretty good stuff there. A little bit of damage on those rings is good to see. Not a lot on the gloves. And just those 10% move speed boots, but at this point the move speed boots don't matter quite as much as it may. He does have that sure-footed sigil for that dodge roll. Of course, you are running a little bit, but you're also dodge rolling more so. A little bit of a battle with Slender Screech, the rare monster there. They're all dodging a few grenades or something, maybe it looked like.
What was that? What did
Cam
Android
atât
just
pe
drop?
seara asta, sincer să vă zic.
Are you looking at the Ziggy?
Oh, I didn't. The screen was too small. I'm gonna have a look in game.
O să țină foarte mult și nu vreau să stau atâta. Am ceva, vreau să mă uit după ceva. Vreau să testez câteva lucruri. Ne auzim today cu live. În rest, vă doresc o seară genială, să vă odihniți. Mâine, de fapt azi e vineri, urmează weekendul, intrăm în liber. Sper să aveți planuri și să aveți și liber, în cazul în care sunteți la muncă. Vă doresc, stați să vorbesc și eu, mulțumesc. Vă doresc, în cazul în care munciți weekendul ăsta, asta este, se mai întâmplă, banii trebuie să vină la toată lumea. Vă pup, vă doresc o seară de senzație. Ceau, dragilor!